Okay. Just getting loaded in here. Hope we're all doing good. Computer, please. Pretty please. Just make sure everything's working. Whoa. Woke AF, Akash, Ophelia, Somnia. Thank you for the follows yesterday. Off stream. Crazy. How's everybody doing tonight? Hopefully doing good. Everybody's having a good Friday. What's up, Lude? Good to see you, man. Don't know how Ursina, what works? What? What does that mean? What you talking about? Welcome in, Laced War. Doing good. Oh, the dog cam? Two mine are currently in trouble. Uh-oh. Mine's always in trouble. He's always perfect, but always in trouble. He struggles with listening. Good, we're good. Holy cow, Ducky. Sorry, I haven't watched the last few streams. I accidentally ran over my phone. Holy cow, no worries. Never feel bad. Never feel bad. Life happens. As we all know. Well, I can't help you with that, Ducky. Can't help you with that at all. Welcome in, Rock Me, Yorichi, Travis. How you guys doing? You're on Twitch. Nice, nice. Finally get to make a stream. I know, man. And we're having fun. I do have it on. Perfect. Ducky needs to be subverted until the stream actually starts, right? Think yours got beat. Two of them peed on the community dog bed. One peed on the other. And the other peed over it. That's a win. I do have you there. Mine's just... Because I have a almost 3-year-old, my 5-year-old down here is so needy these days. So it's like having a 100-pound clingy child that is really hairy and won't leave you alone when you need him to, when you have a human being that needs your attention. The 2-year-old needs my attention constantly. So it's like, I can't give you my attention all the time. Why is there a cup? It's a dog bone. That's a bone. It's just a dog bone. I don't know what to do with him. Yeah, don't play dumb. You want the master builder? All you gotta do is hang out. Hang out. Alright, we need some dandelion tufts. So I don't fall to my death. I may have done that earlier. I'm not admitting to anything, but it could have happened.
Come on, keep going.
There may be a slight chance that it happened, because I never have enough in this game for some reason. Second one peed on the bed right after I gave her a dang treat. Those are the worst when you're like, you're trying to be nice, and then they when you're nice to them, they do horrible things. A praying mantis there? Where'd he go? Well, there was one there. He's in the ground now. I don't know, Crazy. I haven't really decided when stream starts tonight. We'll see. Could be an hour or two. Could be 20 minutes. I don't know. I like to keep you guys on your toes. Wouldn't want you to think you know something.
No more room unless I store things in his mouth. Ugh, no, too gross.
Yeah, maybe 4 hours. That could be good. Good 11 o'clock start time, you know? Is it just me, or do these dandelion tufts drop a lot less than they did in the first game? Or maybe they're just falling through the world. 950 grass planks for your build? Oof. Hence the reason I build with bricks. In all reality, I don't get the mega builds with. I like some. Don't get me wrong. I like a little bit, little details here and there, but exclusively out of weed stem. Like I don't get how see-through does it. I would lose my mind. That went through the world. I would lose my mind building the way he does. It would burn. It's like it would burn me out so bad. Not that the lint grind isn't horrible sometimes, but just constantly chopping the same things over and over again. I don't know how he does it. It hurts my soul very badly. Just built your axle base on your single player save. Nice. It's too plain. Yeah, I also don't like. I really like. That's what makes it exciting for me is like different textures and materials and shapes, and using one thing just gets really repetitive and boring for my brain. It's like the only way to keep my ADHD stimulated is by doing a lot of different things. And at the scale he does it too is like, I don't know, dude, it's so big. Every time I watch him build, I'm like, oh, that hurts my soul. Just counting all of the weed stems in my brain because I know how many it's gonna take, and I'm like, oh, that just hurts. It's demoralizing. I don't know how he does it. Always nice to hop on stream and have you vibe in the background while I'm working on my base. Sounds good, Full Metal. That's what I love to hear. Happy to do it. It's always nice having people to chat to while I'm doing my builds and stuff too. Keeps my brain active so I don't just get lost and stuck. Sometimes it makes me think of ideas easier. Let me out. I'm being mauled by my bites. Your wall was well over 10K? Yeah, that hurts. I applaud the effort. I really do, because it's just not something I can mentally handle. Come here. Need that stimulation? I overstimulate? Yeah, I probably overstimulate too, but for some reason it works when I'm gaming. Overstimulation outside of gaming, not a good plan. Not a good idea. In gaming, it works out. Who knows? Who knows why? Said I was gonna do a basic build, then I heard your voice in my head and spent 6.5 hours on it. I'm glad that my voice can be that for people. That's what I preach. I mean, at the end of the day, if you could do something simple, then the game's over sooner. So why make it simple if you can make it complicated? That's how my brain justifies the ridiculousness. Hey, knife with the resub, let's go. Dude, I feel like you just resubbed. 18 months, holy moly. I'm your favorite. Aha, take that, guys. I'm Knife's favorite. Would you get Chip? Bad Chip. Get out of the way. He's like my dog. He's like, he always wants me to pet his butt. I feel like Chip is a great example of my dog. He just always wants attention. He's always got to be right at my heels. I love him, but he kind of drives me crazy sometimes. I need this gold. Give it to me. Take my frustration out on you. Also still trying to get the punching mutation, so I gotta keep remembering to beat things. Complicated is an understatement. It might be. It might be. Got a question. If they add back the pagoda in the pond update, do you think you'd build the pagoda base? I would happily rebuild the pagoda base exponentially better than it ever was. Not a hesitation in my mind. That would be amazing. Out of ads? Sounds good, sounds good. Good old ads. They always come at the worst time, I will say. I feel like if they let people choose, like if you had to every hour choose your 2-3 minutes of ads, everyone would like watch more ads and wouldn't just like completely ignore them because they come at the worst possible time. But if it's like, oh, I'm not interested in what he's talking about right now. Thank you for the gifted sub. Hey, and it went to Laced War. Let's go. Thank you, Knife. Too kind. You are too kind, my friend. No more ads. Let's go, man. Thank you. I've disowned all ads in my life, if at all possible. Yeah, exactly. Just got here, saw Ducky spamming single word chat comments. He does do that. He does do that. Yeah. At least it's before stream, you know. But he knows Lude wouldn't take it in stream, so he's only a menace before stream when it doesn't really hurt anyone. When did I get gum? Oh yeah, so between last stream and now, what's up, Keisha? How you doing? I don't know what your buggy is on. Mine doesn't like me do anything, and he just doesn't move. Oh, mine's all over the place. Well, he like randomly runs away. He's just like a dog. He won't leave me alone, and then all of a sudden he's like sprinting down that way, and then I have to call him back, and he comes. It's horrible. Welcome in, Chicago. Let's go. Can't put down Vintage Story. I saw you playing it earlier. I was just busy with work. Too busy. Where am I on the list of the tour? I don't know. Somewhere. The list is this, and you're here. No. One, two, three, four, five. Cinco, assuming everyone goes next week. I'm not 100% sure you are fifth. It technically is the bottom. We had a couple people, but I'm not 100% sure if everyone is doing a review or not. So it may or may not be that. I think everyone is, but I'm not going to say that 100%. I have clovers in a chest, do I? Didn't think about that. So yeah, I moved everything off of this area between last stream because I was tired of moving everything, and I'm like, I just need chests with stuff up here. I don't need all the processing stuff. So I built some jank stairs and then threw everything on a foundation. So whoever, if you guys are wondering, that's where everything went. It's just here for function's sake for the time being. I'm only a little troll, just a little. Down, Ducky. Time him out if he pulled them shenanigans. Exactly, exactly. Well, I'm never worried about it. Not that we need a chest for everything, but I feel like we're on this path, so like, if we're gonna do it, might as well do it, right? Dude, no, don't overthink it. Don't overthink it. Loving that floor pattern. Yeah, it turned out really good. It was a jumbled mess all stream. I felt like such a mess. It was just like me pushing and pulling and like moving things, and it was just like there's too many things happening. But we got to a spot where I'm very, very happy with how this looks. We'll kind of see. I think there's going to be like staircases that go up here, so we'll see how the rest of this floor pattern goes. It might get bigger and more, but as of right now, I'm very, very happy with it. Ducky, calm yourself. Don't make Luderav do it. I'm looking to go week after next. Yeah, so we have you included, Full Metal on the list. We have 5 people currently. So if you don't want to go this Tuesday, the 24th, I can happily move you to the week after. That's literally no problem at all. We'll make it work. Absolutely no issues. Can't do it on YouTube? Don't make me do it, Ducky, one more time. I'll time you out. Don't encourage him, Knife. You're not helping. You're supposed to be a moderator. There you go. I saved you guys for a minute. Bad Ducky. Wait, why did it say he was banned? It said he was banned. I think it's just a secret. That's just what it says. But free Ducky, never. Literally never. 70 seconds. Yeah. We're good. Don't complain. You're on both platforms. Wait, did we both do it? Is that why it says it twice too? You did it and I did it. To the Shadow Realm, exactly. Type him out for 10 seconds in... Oh, and I did it for the full minute. Okay, cool. Find a way, cool. No worries, man. No pressure. You can't say free yourself. Stopping in and lurking. How's it going, Grim? Hope you're doing good. Welcome. So yeah, we need to... Like, kind of need a bounce elevator. I also just finally just threw a bounce web here, so now I can just do this. Don't know why I didn't think of that earlier. So we don't have to build elevators or anything quite yet. Ducky, get out of here. Don't make me do it again. Stop it. Last chance. Aye. Uh-oh. What is happening? I can't stop running. Okay, we're good. I will time you out all night on YouTube if I have to, Ducky. Don't make me do it. Yeah, so I was messing around with some stuff here. Some details. I think we just need to get the main tower just like up tonight a little bit. And then I can start adding the details in. Because I think what we're going to do is a ton of like... So as you can see, so like here's the main grid. This is on a grid. This is the main grid. This is on a grid. My idea is sort of like build a tower upwards and then build layers outwards from it, essentially, is the current goal. How those details work out, how this whole thing shapes up is still kind of to be determined in many ways, but that's sort of the current thought process. Because what I love the most about this location currently is it might be the easiest place I've ever built to do off-grid building, just because we built everything upwards like we did off the ground. So it's like outside of a couple random places where it's weird, almost everything is pretty simple to build in. Some of it's a little funky and we'll have to move the floors to do some of this stuff, but if you move the floors, it still works really well. Oh, yeah, that's because there's no ground there, so technically we could just do this too. I think that would work. I have to build it, but yeah, you get the point. Ducky, stop it. Get out of here. You had your fun. Don't be annoying with it. That's enough. You're done. One resident troll and crazy's enough. I can't handle 2. Worst part is going to be building this whole thing out. This is going to be a nightmare. No handy net is just sad life. $30 Hey, you pissed off the mod, okay? I told you to stop. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Rest in Ducky. He's free on Twitch, don't worry. Yeah, exactly. Don't feel bad for him at all. Bet the cold one helps? Oh yeah, it does. Sorry about that, Laced War. Yeah, Ducky was being a troll. What did you say? Holy cow, Ducky, you're killing me. I did read. I may have read it while you were in ads too about the axle base. Is that what you're talking about, Laced? I did say. I think it was the ads that got you there. Yeah. I said. Yeah, that's what I love to. I will happily be that voice in people's heads, because I'm always like, well, at the end of the day, like we're all trying to find more playtime in a game. I think. So if your plan is to do 2 hours, then you're gonna be bored in 2 hours. So might as well make it 6. Crazy too. Oh my gosh, you guys. Ay. Who brought Crazy back? What is this? Actually, I was thinking maybe we leave that. Yeah, that could be interesting. Wanted to know what it felt like to be timed out, so I gave him 10 seconds. Okay, cool. It is crazy. I never know what to expect. You never know. Minute for every message, right? Oh, you did say time me out for a minute. You're ridiculous. Sorry, Green. What are you saying? On the farm out behind the shed? What about it? We'll feed him to the Black Widows, right? Happily. Built the basic axle base, then moved on to you build your second base. That would be more centralized. That's a good way to do. There would definitely be more details and stuff added in here, but I need to see it roughed in. Can't do the blueprints anymore. I gotta see it to know where I like it and don't. It's especially hard to tell if I really like the pumpkin mixture and stuff too. It's like an interesting combination, but I need more testing. Spent the whole time on the axle base. It happens. Nothing wrong with it. What I like to hear.
Didn't even need instructions.
Whoa, he's laying on the bed. What is this world? What do you reckon about getting a Dobson fly in the game? Thing looks like a larva crossed with a dragon. I'd have to see it. I do feel like a dragonfly would be awesome. That looks horrifying. I feel like they could absolutely do that. That's horrifying. I want a dragonfly, but that would be, that's like the antlion level nasty.
Hey guys.
Dude, those are horrible. Ugh. Might scare people, but it would be a good. Busy placing lights instead of building. I mean, that's building though, right? It still counts. It's just not like the exciting part of building. Does make it look good though. Like the pumpkin inlay and the arch. Yeah, I think that's where I want to use it more. Like, that's where I see it being used, is little details kind of added in here and there. Don't tilt Timber, he's finally using it. Yeah, it does break it up, yeah. I'm concerned with mixing bricks. Yeah, I think it does. It's like, you can't go too crazy. I don't know if this is quite right. I think a little bit less, but I think what my brain wants to do is have it be, so we have these like big mushroom pieces sort of happening, similar to like the big kind of arched doorway sort of thing, and then it just becomes these little pops in between it. Is kind of the cool idea. You'd love a Dobson fly. It would be horrifying, but I mean, it kind of feels just like a flying antlion almost, so I'm not opposed to it. I don't hate it. Better flying enemies is not a bad thing too, because like wasps are annoying. How cool would it be? This would be so frustrating as a player though, but so the Dobson fly, it looked like it had like, I don't know, maybe it's a male and a female version, but there was like little pincer ones and then like massive mandible ones. Like if it flew down, picked you up, and dropped you somewhere. So it, like, that's how one of its, instead of attacking you, it did damage by dropping you. It just immediately looked like that was something it would do. That might be the most frustrating mechanic to ever think of, though. What, like, what do you want more? Being dropped to your death constantly? Starting Tuesday. What is BCW testing? The Antlions adult form looks like a regular dragonfly. Yeah. It'd be kind of an interesting mix. Because I'm assuming we're getting dragonfly or Antlions back with the playground update. Don't give them ideas. I'm okay with it. It's horrifying, but I mean, you know, if they're willing to add scorpions. Wouldn't mind being picked up and dropped a damn deal. Yeah, as long as you're prepared. It also forces like a mechanic into the game that's like currently underutilized, I guess, with dandelion tufts, of being just something that's like, hey, you just have to like have this in case you fall. But it's really easy to just always have that in your inventory. I always have it anyways. Very easily mitigated, I think. Let's see, what do these look like? We don't have any splinters. No. Why are these up here? Don't need these. What's up, Backwoods? Welcome in. Haven't played Grounded 2 in a while, a little here and a little there. It's definitely gotten more fun with the most recent update. I would say I am enjoying it more. It's like there's just enough currently that, at least with the build stuff, there's enough now to say like I am very much enjoying it. Way too many hours into Vintage Story. I mean, if you're having fun with it, that's all that matters, right? Still be playing with build ideas? Yeah. All good, all good. Where's Chap? He asked for my my cold one stream and he didn't even show up yet. And Shep. What are these dudes doing? It's like, it's all right. It's all right. This is a boneyard. Drinking, I will toast to you. Let's go. It's Friday, you know. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. 7:30, so we're good. I had some just sitting in the fridge. Okay, so how did I lined up with this? Kind of. Ugh, that was really meh placement. Just lined up, but then how am I gonna line this up properly? It's like almost centered, but it's not. Yikes. That's gonna be the hardest part of this, is like it doesn't quite work out the way I want it to. On some of these, it's gonna be a little funky. Yes, and then do that. Right. That's just a vertical. Feel like all the adults in the room are drinking? 100%, 100%. Goes down smooth. Raspberry twisted tea. Ooh. That stuff just gives me a headache now. I wish it didn't, but it just gives me a headache. Okay. Get this again. I lost track of what I was doing. So centered-ish there to get the alignment. And then just has to be that this flush with the front, I think. Is that there? Here? That? A little more. It's centered-ish on that, right? Okay. Welcome in, Alexis. Yeah, that's timber. I mean, I'm timber, but he's also timber. If that makes sense. I mean, he's 5. He's almost 6, so he's not quite a puppy, but he is always a puppy. I did see your helicopter build. Only one of the only adults. I mean, I don't drink often, honestly. It's pretty rare. But I had a request, so. And then the goofballs didn't even show up. Hey, thank you for the super chat, Dino. Appreciate it. Very, very nice of you. Wait, it can't be. Okay. That's pretty close, especially because then this is here, which makes it.
Didn't even need instructions.
Looks pretty close. I tried like building it across and it just was slightly off on the distance, so it didn't work quite right. Welcome in, Joe. What's up? He got banned on YouTube. He did. He did. If I give too much to temper, you'll have a heart attack? Wait, what? Oh, Ducky. Oh, you gift too much? I won't have a heart attack. I just don't want you to not be able to pay your bills or something. It's incredibly helpful and appreciated, but your guys' families are more important for you than mine is my only concern. Your family's first. It does need to come out this way a little, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. Dang it. So close. Not bad, though. Luckily, it holds this pretty well. Guess that's what I should be. What was this? Almost directly with that, I think. Timber hates his family. Yep, that's what it is. That's what I said. I'm glad someone knows what I'm trying to say without what I'm saying, you know? Wait, are these still up? What the heck? What the? We're like on their own grid. Get in there. I love how these like want to place on top of themselves. There you go. Just a hair. Go a little more maybe. Let's double check. Maybe a little wider, I think. Yeah, I don't want it to feel off. It's too easy. It's only 500 knife. 100 subs is 500 bucks. Yeah, that's a lot of money, dude. What's up, Impasta? How's it going? It's going. We're going. Doing good. Words. And things. Oh, it's gone. We're doing good. Just doing the use, you know? Read between the lines? Yes, exactly. The timber lines. Get in there. Alright, that feels pretty good. That feels pretty good. I think that's it. Get. Then the question is like, when do you start using the other border block thing? It's pretty good. Pretty good. Am I your favorite mod? You're my favorite YouTube mod. And Lude's my favorite Twitch mod. Don't blame him, I hate my family too. Ouch. This is looking good. Thank you, Joe. I mean, you did 100 is a crazy amount of subs. Like, I'm not gonna have a heart attack. Don't hear me wrong. But that's an incredibly generous amount of to sub to anyone. No matter how well financially anyone's doing. It's an absurd amount of money to donate. Safe answer? I got you guys. I'm smart. What's up, Hot Sauce? Welcome in. Running crazy with the multi-grid stuff. Oh yeah, dude. This is gonna be... It's gonna start off, I mean, like crazy. It's gonna get insane. Yeah, over the last year, you've easily done that. It's every time you come in, you gift at least one. Like, at least one. You're my favorite... Are you my favorite duck? I almost said yes, but then I read the end of that message, so no, you're not with the end of that. If you would have said it right, I would have said yes, but now I will not. And the unfortunate part is I'm a University of Oregon fan because I live in Oregon, so I can't ever like you more than the Oregon duck. That is my favorite duck, and it always will be. So unfortunately for you, that's a battle you will never win. It's sad day for you. You picked the wrong name there, Ducky, unfortunately. That is just tough. As one of my favorite shows that's coming back in a new in a new series or redo, whatever you want to call it. Scrubs. One of my favorite lines. Tough titties, Turkleton. Tough titties, Turkleton. I really hope the new Scrubs is good. I used to love that show. I'm really curious if these are gonna look good outside of just on the bottom of things. If they will go where I want them to. Yep. Every time I see Ducky write that name, I think Tim Burton. Tim Burton. Snubbed by the state icon? Yeah. Rough one. Set yourself up for failure? Yeah. You really did. You're doomed. It's an unfortunate one, and it's like there's nothing you could have ever done about it. That's a tie of blood that I cannot give up. You really should have thought of that when you came up with your name. I don't know what you were thinking. Should have known. God, I need the handy nat so bad. This would be so much better with the freaking handy nat. Ugh. But yeah, you guys kind of get the vibe that we're going for. I'm not sure all the details are 100%, but yeah, this is a large portion of like how I want to design this whole thing. Yeah, 6 years ago. Yeah, that's always tough. Sometimes. I know, Lude has a nat, frickin' cheater. Frickin' Impasta and Lude over here. I think they're so cool with their nats. So much better than us. Peasants jumping on frickin' trampolines to build. They'll never know the real struggle. The effort that is put into these builds. Hey, no, it was there. No. Guess that's the question. Do I want that? Woohoo! And that's why I never have any of those in my inventory. What will this look like? Okay. Keep thinking I'm gonna jump on that on accident.
Didn't even need instructions.
What is it? This? Maybe? Oh, wait. Oh, you'll let me use mushroom, but not pumpkin? What? This is... Okay. I was like, this is racist to pumpkins. Everywhere. Okay. I don't hate that. I don't hate that. I was thinking of using a lot of arches, but I think there's going to be a lot more long-term potential using the triangles in this build. Just because... these are very limiting with how they connect to everything. So although the like layers of arches look really cool, I think with what I want to do with this build, triangles in the long run are going to make it so much easier. Build some grass stairs? Ew. You might cheat a little. Standing on a very high ledge. Ugh, I'm jealous. How much longer in this 30 minutes? Well, if you keep trolling around, it will add more time to it too. It's like my 2-year-old. If you get out of your timeout, I'm going to put the time back up to 5 minutes, Ducky. All right? I'm not afraid to do it. I do it all day. This is just practice for tomorrow. It's like the tech suit and arc. Once you get it and can hover, builds are so much easier. Yeah, it's such a good addition. I really, really want it. Though you're saying like a pair of stairs. Yeah. I get what you're saying. Build stairs. It's a little less jarring than this. I got it. Nope, I missed it. Oh, I got it. Nope, I missed it again. doing this on the pagoda base was, God, the worst. It was so frustrating. That was a miserable process. So incredibly frustrating at times. Just like, because when it was like bounce elevator up, then it went over or under the pagoda hat, and then it went back up. But you had to to test it, you had to go up and then shoot yourself off the edge into the water, swim all the way back up, go back up the thing, somehow stop yourself with a wall, figure out the distance of that next bounce web elevator to bump you forward, so then you could place the next one, and then you had to bounce yourself off the next one into the water again to see how far to go, and then it was this like constant trial and error process of just misery. It was so difficult until it was finally done, and then you messed one thing up and you had to move it again, and then you accidentally deleted half of it, and yeah, it was such a process. Brings back fond memories though. It's not all bad. Have this like I want to like highlight this thing in some way. I'm just trying to figure out like mentally how I want to tie this in nicely. I haven't figured that out yet. It's an interesting challenge. Rather clever, honestly, on 2 different grids, making the mini triangle inverted. Right? Yeah, that's kind of my hope, is that we just get a lot of weird little things that work like that. It also, I mean, the bigger reason, if in a perfect world, I tried placing this over, but as you saw, they're just barely off enough that I needed to place this one separate. It was like, I mean, probably for the vast majority of players, it wouldn't have mattered. But because of where this one was placed, it moved this one over just enough that like visually it didn't line up for me, and my OCD was not happy. It's like my stairs up the tree, had to hop around with grass floors up the whole tree. Yeah, it's a process. It's not like the worst thing in the world. Like, let's be honest, first world problems. Absolutely first world problems, but when you get the finer things in life, like a handy gnat, oh, it's hard to ever go back. The question is like, is the goal like something like this? Would like that maybe? It's all about like how I can show these fins off in an interesting way. Died like 500 times, dude. It was rough. Never go back to no handy net. Can't make me at this point. It's, you know, I thought it was easier because like the last base wasn't hard because the base was so short. We never got to the tall point. So it was like, this is easy. But this base is already taller than the base we were building over at the lamppost. So for me, it's like, oh wow, I really took that for granted, unfortunately. Oops. How easy it is. Don't take things for granted. You know what I really want right now? I really want the pumpkin variant. I want this with burr for the mushroom. I really want it. Like, really bad. This lower level, everything I want right now is this burr on the lower level across this whole thing. It's just like such a nice little detail. It doesn't like, it's not make or break by any means, but it would look so much better. I've had a taste of it. This is the problem. This is why I feel so bad for these devs. Really want the butt mushroom too? What? Bottom of the mushroom? Like, I feel bad for the devs because they give us a taste of something and I'm like, I want that. I want that on everything. The burr. Yeah, the burr looks really good. It does. It is so nice. Heaven forbid he lays on the bed. I flipped it over So you can see it's on the black side of it now, because that's like a cool... It's not as soft a material, but he tends to like things that are cold. So I was like, hey, give him the cold side of the bed, and he's going to love it. But no. You stem scaffold cheap, and you can jump and place it underneath. Yeah, I just despise... I don't know why I hate it so much. I hate the scaffolding for some reason. I can't tell you why. It's a weird personal vendetta that I will never understand, and I don't know how to describe it. That messes that. How do we do this? Imagine an inverted of that burr rather than the bottom on the top. Both. Yeah, both. As again, I feel bad for the devs because then it's like, no, but actually we need both. I need one of each. I can't just live with one of the things you've done really well. I need it on every option known to mankind. That's kind of cool. Could live with that. So maybe we do like a central one. Or what does it look like? Get this supported. Do they look good to like intermingle or something? A little bit. Ouch. Come back here. Oh my god. Struggle. Timber has half of a drink and can't even play the game anymore.
A fine piece of handiwork.
Should be easy to code in. Yeah, you could basically flip it. I mean, once you have it, it's one of those things. If they modeled that correctly, it would be a burr piece and then a mushroom piece. And so in a modeling sense, if they modeled it correctly, how like I would be taught to model it in architecture, you would just be able to flip them and it'd be done. You would literally would have to do nothing. But that's always like an if. Is that what they did? That's always the question. How did they do it? It's a lot of if, ands, or buts. Their ability to flip walls on their side or upside down. Yeah, that would be a nice way to do it. I mean, that might even be easier because they already have it. Like, all it is that's coded into the game already. That's all that is just allow us to flip it. It's just, I guess you run into that issue. I guess that would fix one thing, since a bunch of people really hate that the pine is facing up, so the water falls in it. If you allowed us to just flip the texture and use it how we want, the issue would be done. It wouldn't make any difference. You just wouldn't be able to flip a couple certain things, like doors. But that's easy to not allow them. They already do that. So I guess in that sense, it almost would probably be easier to just let us do that and then deal with the chaos that we bring from there. Kind of like that. How do we fill? This is where it gets a little weird. You get all these like weird shelves without like mushroom. I want like a mushroom ramp. For another thing. All right, let's start writing them all down. All right, everything we need. Burr. Mushroom. Block. A mushroom ramp. I mean, technically, if someone had said they may have heard that we might be getting mushroom foundations, so if we're doing that, then that's just a mushroom ramp and we're done. So that's easy game. But yeah, just let us like flip all textures. I can't imagine that would cause too many issues. It would, I guess, if you flip the mushroom, things wouldn't line up very well. like they do. I'm assuming the way they're made, but maybe they would work fine. All just depends on how it's laid out currently.
That hit the spot.
But that's easy enough to just flip when you need it and flip when you don't. But it would allow you to do different textures, which would be kind of cool. Just more flexibility. Yeah, if it's Blender, it's easy. I don't know how they're modeling these for the game specifically. Add me to the ideas team. I mean, I wish they would. I wish they would utilize some of us as like play tester type things. Like, I kind of have. If I ever get on Casually Grounded, I'll do the same thing with Eric. We'll have this huge list. So any ideas you guys have like that, we'll tally them all up. And then eventually when I get on another Casually Grounded, when this base is far enough along that we can show it off to like Eric and the crew, then we'll do it. Because they added things specifically because of like when I went on and I got to like talk to them about like what the community wanted in terms of build pieces. Not that they're going to do everything, but they do listen pretty dang well. And at the end of the day, like, what's the pain outside of modeling time, of course? Like, maybe we don't get it when we want it. But in the long run, if they're going to be updating for this a long time, like, why not just give us burr bottoms and give us a burr? We need a burr pillar. That would be dope. That would be really dope. There's so many things. We wouldn't bring chaos, never. No, we don't do that. We're definitely not. How to make an Omni Wrench of level 2. Show where the resources are located. Sorry, what do you mean there specifically? Like, show where the resources are located? If you want to upgrade it, you can upgrade it in any ranger post, if that's what you're asking. You just go into the little screen.
Let's go!
What's this one? Could add some Jello stuff. Jello?
Take a breath, big guy.
Honestly, that would probably be the easiest way to do like glass, I guess, is like a food type. Since they have candy, right? How can I break the game today would be the daily goal. Oh, 100%. But isn't that like, they've already talked about specifically, that's kind of how they start their conversations. This would be really cool. Here's a million ideas. Okay, what are actual ideas that would work now? We did it. We came up with everything. Now we have to tie it backwards. Sugar glass, that would probably work. You just have to add sugar. That's easy enough. Sorry, I have no clue how to say your name there. But if you want your Omni tool, you upgrade it through here. And it will tell you based on what perk you need, materials you need here. These ones are not currently available, so you can't upgrade past this level, is all. If that's what you're wondering. If you're wondering, show where the resources are located. If that's what you're thinking, you just go to the map here, resource finder, and then you search like lint, and you hit find resources. And it just shows you. It doesn't show you every single thing on the map though. It just shows you what's the 10 closest ones or something like that. Circular walls. I mean, we have circle walls. Just not for everything yet. I think Omni Tool guy is asking about locations of blueberries or lingonberries for tier 2 upgrades. If that's what it is, you're just searching it on the map. So you just type in like lingen. And it shows you where some are. But yeah, most of them are in like those locations. Hopefully that answered your question.
My troops will pay you a visit.
If not,
I hope you'll
let me
put
know
up a
what you
fight.
actually meant. Me and my friend have come up with hundreds of amazing ideas throughout our grounded days. Yeah. It always takes like having a community like this to be able to like, one, get all the ideas, vet through them a little bit. Because like, although some ideas are awesome, they become a little... Some ideas get a little too ridiculous. But like my goal is always like, how can we take something simple and get the most out of what's already in the game, typically, in terms of build stuff. So like a burr pillar. Burr's already in the game. How cool now that they have the model on the burr portion of the pumpkin, just think of that vertically. And just like a cool, like wrapping, like wooden beam, pillar or column. Not necessarily a super quick, easy model to make because it's a really complicated model, but it would be gorgeous. That would look so good.
Put your feet up, bud. You earned it.
Had so many ideas, metal roofing, glass, even sandstone. Sandstone would be interesting. The hard part is like making sand a farmable material. You could just dig it up, but they don't allow you to dig dirt up, so I don't know. It's hard to know like how far they would go and not go. That's always the struggle. But I'd rather give them the ideas and let them say, this is what works and doesn't. His name's in Russian? Okay. He may have left because I took too long to answer. Would make some cool glass. Red for spicy, green for sour, blue for mint. Okay, that'd be freaking sick, Lude. The thing is like, it doesn't even necessarily have to be like super transparent either. Enough would be like a stained glass effect. Stained candy glass. Yeah. I like these. I like these a lot. We're on a roll tonight, guys. And these ones feel very approachable.
Didn't even need instructions.
Some of the ideas, I'm like, okay, yeah, we're crazy, but they're gonna be like, who do they think we are? But some of these are like, I mean, stained candy glass is probably like the most out there, but the rest of them, those are options. Like your Bernie's, thank you, appreciate it. I always love when someone actually knows what he is. A lot of people are like, I love your Saint Bernard. I'm like, close. Close. Is it a Musen? Let me know if I said that right or wrong. Could just use the hammer to break some shards from the greenhouse glass. True, that would work too. That's like just plastic, essentially. How do I build like that? I guess what specifically? Which part? There's a lot going on here, so bear with me. Invert the colors for a Saint Bernard. Yeah, essentially, exactly. Welcome in, Halls. How you doing? Oh gosh. Get out of here, Ducky. I also am trying to build a base, but it's still going to take time. It always takes a lot of time. It always takes a lot of time. What's up, Yoriji? The layers, so we're building off-grid. So what you want to do, you either need, let's just keep it simple, get a pillar. If you look on my screen, unsnap from grid. If on PC, I don't even know what the button is on console, but you want to unsnap from grid, so it allows you to do this. And with mushroom or pumpkin pillars, technically you can also use scaffolding, but don't even try. It works in some areas, but all you have to do is this. So if you want to build 2 different grids, it's sort of just trial and error is the easiest way to say it. But you can make all sorts of weirdness. It gets a little finicky, of course, since you're not building the way the game's technically intending, so it snaps a little funky sometimes, but this allows you to like snap these things together. So like what we're doing is, get over here. We're just placing one pillar close and then another pillar slightly closer. So technically what's happening is this is the standard grid. As you can see, this is the half point of this. There's just a pillar back here placed into the floor that will hide later. And so it's just sort of a bit of a trial and error to get them to line up the way you want. But pretty easy to do. The key is that it only works if you're on the ground, essentially. There's another technique if you want to do it up in the air, but what makes it really easy right here is this counts as the ground, essentially. So the easiest way to show it is you can do it off the ground. You can't do it like up in the air. So if your build is like, if you built 15 foundations, it won't be supported here, is what I'm trying to say. So the pillar has to be attached to the ground, or else you have to use a different technique that we kind of figured out. Someone in the community did, but like, yeah, you can see here it'll be supported, but it'll never be supported if the pillar can't touch the ground. Yeah, air off gridding is also possible, but it's a lot more work. If you need an example, I can tell you. Would like to dig. They gave us a shovel. True. You can kind of dig. You just can't dig a whole lot yet. Maybe they'll give us more. It's hard to tell. Black Lab's 14, Ducky, not doing good. That's old for a Black Lab, so makes sense. You have a burner? Yes. You have a 3-year-old burner? Let's go. Yo, I frickin' love burners. They're such good dogs. For burr pillars, they could just reverse the recipe for pumpkin pillars. Yeah, pretty much. You could do pumpkin. I think it would be really cool to sort of think of it like this, though. Like a stem, but just burr and maybe some lashing or some kind. But, like, it's the way this looks. It looks like such a nice, like think of, like, the Rivendell type things. You're gonna go to bed, Crazy? Sounds good, man. Bravo to Arteros and his burgle for Grounded 1 building. Even to this day, they were light years ahead of their time. Dude, seriously. The crazy thing is, like, I was building off grid, but in, like, the amateur league. Like, I was doing it, but in such, like it was like the Stone Age. Just took a huge test and I got a B. Let's go. As my dad always said, C's get degrees. So a B is pretty good. Take that all day. But yeah, off-grid building, like, once I talked to Arteros, it was like, dude, this becomes so consistent now. But like, as you said, Lude, it's so finicky. So finicky doing the above ground one. It's really cool, but it's weird. You're making a grounding video. Why? Oh, man. You are such a goob. What am I going to do with you? I had a feeling you weren't just going to leave, but got to head out. My coughing is so annoying. The eyes are watering. It's awful. No worries, Halls. Thanks for hanging out for a little. Have a good night. We'll be back Tuesday for Tour Tuesday, and we'll be building next week as well, so there's always more to be had. Yeah, I will say, so, like, it's funny. I've been playing a lot of Enshrouded because of the winter build competition, and everyone is like, oh, it's so much easier on controller to be really precise, whereas Grounded is the complete opposite in so many ways, because instead of the spinning, you can do the little ticks with the mouse wheel, so you can be so precise when you're placing with these. And it's not like this. There's no, I don't know when this is 90 degrees. It's like an eyeball game with a controller with the EQ option. But then when you've got the mouse, it's like, oh yeah, I know exactly. You can, like, very easily visually line up 90 degrees. It's so much easier. Especially for Grounded, it's like a godsend. So much easier. I'm really trying to figure out how to connect this. I've also been thinking about how I want to build these stairs too. Like, do they come up and go out and over? They need to be, like, kind of epic looking so we can build some structure down here. They're definitely not just going to be a straight stair. Gets a new virus going around. Ew. How do you do air off-grid, Ducky? I can't say I'm an expert at it yet. I haven't really, like, messed with it. But this is the general idea. You have... From what I understand, you need to use stem. You son of a gun. Where are my burrs? Frostbit said there was something like 71 ticks in between each 90 degrees. Holy cow, he counted them all? I mean, he would, right? That's crazy, though.
Didn't even need
So
instructions.
the key with the floating version, actually I'm gonna need my pebbles, dang it, is you have to use pebbles. For some reason, the game treats pebble path as the same thing as like a supported in the ground, for some weird reason. So it's the same process, you just have to build a pebble floor up in the air. The controller struggle is real. Just barely touch it. It moves 2 feet. Yeah, it's so finicky. I don't even know why I'm building 2 of these. So oh my gosh, I would auto saves. If I wasn't worried about crashing, I would turn auto saves off so fast. It's very finicky, so we might have to build both. I've done so little of it. Okay, there. So see, something about 2 of these allows you to do the same thing as building in the ground. So it's that, for some reason, gives it support, and then you can just delete this stuff, and it allows that mushroom to float. It's like, it is a pretty simple concept, but it definitely is more difficult to get it lined up because you're building the ground off the ground to do it in the first place. Oh, a burr. It'll be like that. It's like, it's maybe not the most complicated thing in the world, but if you are just learning off-grid building, better to build on the ground and let's start and build up. Where am I at on the map? Why did I press S? We're behind the statue. There's just a little empty garden space in here. That's it. That's why I have an Elite controller. I can customize buttons and sticks to be smoother for building. Yeah. Sorry, someone had said, how big are you building this? I swear. Yeah, Yorichi, sorry about that. How big will the tower be? That's a great question. I don't actually know the full height yet. It's gonna be tall, though. In terms of how to think about how tall this is gonna be, there's gonna be a I guess I call it 2-story. It's gonna be as many blocks as it takes to get to the top of this, like a central atrium type space with maybe some stairs or something going around in here. And then above that, we'll do crafting storage levels. That'll be like 2 areas, 2 things high as well. So the first 2 floors of the base are going to be double this height. So we're up to here maybe. And then we're going to build a bug museum, a subscribers hall, an armory, an art museum, everything in there. So it's going to house as much as humanly possible. You learned off-gridding's a thing today? Let's go. It's so, it really, it's like, it's not that complicated, but at the end of the day, it really does, it opens up the potential of everything that you can do in this game to a completely new level. It's kind of insane what it allows to do. It's going to be so epic. I hope so. I really hope so. If you build the planter or the new hydro planter, can use that as a grounding mechanism as well. Oh, that's a lot easier, honestly. Really? Let's see. I want to see that. Lude, you can't keep this tech from us. Honestly, at this point, it might be cheaper. Because as you saw, this... Wait, they changed this to 3 pebblets? Oh, this is so good now. These used to cost 10. I thought I lost 7 pebbles right there. Never mind. The pebbles are cheaper. These things are ridiculously expensive for what they are. That's good to know, though. You can use garden patches and stuff instead, but actually, pebbles are way easier. Also, I guess the nice thing with the pebbles is it's like a flat reference material, at least. Yes, a noodle shop, a brewery. Yeah, we could do all of it. Should do the pillars like a base, then put a flame above it. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be adding these braziers. Okay. I definitely want to use a lot of these braziers. These things are freaking really cool. I just don't know. I guess that might be what goes here. Because I really wanted the snake stuff to work, but I don't think it's the right look. Excuse you? Okay, we're good. Really Bad Gamer Club, welcome. Love the name. Counted once in my city walkway is 13 grids. Yeah. Dude, the walkways are like the real one. Those are like some of my favorites. They're like natural curved walkways. That's like one of my favorite ways to use off-grid stuff. It's very simple. Oh yeah, that has to go there, right? That's just meant to be. Clay and black ants, okay. Creative builders, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Oh, true. Farmed so many of those in survival when they used to cost 10. I know, I literally just noticed that was even a thing. Like, that's insane. Wait, do we have any black ant parts even here? Yes, we do. How much did they cost? I'm pressing too many buttons. 330, that makes 10. That's good. I'm gonna head out. Sounds good. Dino Ranger, have a great rest of your night. Got more resource gathering to do. Honestly, don't blame you. They changed it a while back. Yeah, I refused to build them because they were so frickin' expensive. Honestly, is why I just said that's not something I'm gonna use. 10 pebblets for one path is ridiculous. 3, that's incredible. That's acceptable. I can live with that. Well, would you look at that? So stoked about the pebble cost decrease. Yeah, I was prepared for another 20k. Dude, it costs so much. Insane. How did you get the 2 small triangle pieces to overlap at the top of your structure? Sorry if that's been asked before. Yeah, no worries. So it's going to come up a lot, so don't worry about it. So what we're doing... I know we just explained this to someone else, so bear with me, guys. But what you want to do is this side, so what you see, the pumpkin here and the pumpkin on this side are built separately of each other. So essentially what's happening is that this pumpkin structure is meeting that pumpkin structure in the center. And so that's why they're clipping into each other. The game won't allow you to do that when you're building on the same grid. So if you're trying to like push these things together and build that specific shape, why can I not press the right buttons? You're always kind of stuck with this big looking type thing. Like you can't do it here. So you're always stuck with this one design. So if you build the 2 pieces on separate grids of each other, which is more difficult, of course, anything built on 2 different grids, there's a lot of different ways to build off grid. What I'm doing is you just unsnap the mushroom pillar or pumpkin pillar is the easiest way. Unsnap it from the grid as long as you're touching the ground in some way, being this is considered the ground. It won't allow you to support it with like a built block. As long as it's touching the ground in some way, shape, or form, you can place it off grid and change it. So it allows you to build this at any degree you want. So you could build, if you wanted your doorway to be, it's not a very good example. Instead of 45 degrees, you want it to be some weird angle here. I think that might actually be connected to that, but this allows you to change the angle, which is also the same way because this is a grid and this is a separate grid. So like this is the mushroom bricks are a normal piece, but this pumpkin's on a different grid specifically. So that allows us to build one here, and then I just copied it to this side to make it a little bit more easy because the 2 sides weren't lining up quite how I wanted to. Which then allowed me to clip them together a little bit easier, so. opens up a lot of opportunities. It's kind of however creative you get with it. I did see how many you used, Rock Me. I did. Base is going to have a room that goes up to another room, and it's going to have a tarantula throne, 2 stuffed axles on each side, and a mounted axle behind it. And there's also a trapdoor. We will need a throne room, too. That's true. Thank you, Lube. Don't forget, if you want to talk about this stuff more when I'm not streaming, yeah, join the Discord. We have a lot of people building with this technique and messing with it. People are learning it. I'm going to be making a video on it. I'm still doing the script and stuff and haven't had time to do the recording, and I need more of a build currently to show it off like we're doing here too, to have enough content to actually make a video off of it. So we got to keep building. But simple enough. The hard part is getting the mushroom or pumpkin pillars to be supported, essentially. Because as you can see, like, this is an example.
A fine piece of handiwork, Mr. Small.
This will not support ever. The game will not, unless you're snapped to this, the game will not consider this supported. But there's ways around that as well, if you're building up in the air. But exponentially more complicated to do it that way. Most of the time, how we build is you build the grid from the ground up, and then you build really, really high up. Thank you for the sub. The Prime sub, Really Bad Gaming Club. Appreciate it. Welcome in, welcome in. Get out of here, Ducky. He's being a troll tonight. Yeah, best place to get new grounded ideas. Yeah, there's a lot of people messing with this concept. If you're not if you're not at all interested, I know some people hate the off-grid thing because it's really complicated. There's also really cool builds in there. We do tours every week on Tuesdays as well of cool builds. Some people are building off-grid, some people are not. Some people have really ridiculous creative builds. Some people have very humble survival builds. There's so many different styles. If you make me open YouTube and ban you for the whole night, I will do it. Don't tempt me, Ducky. But yeah, there's a lot of cool ideas. Sorry, we're about to get raided, so I don't want to... I get distracted, and then we get attacked in the middle of building the base, and then everything gets destroyed. Oh, my stuff's gonna break. But the Discord's a great place to ask questions about that as well. Yeah, I'll talk more. What is your specific question, Yorichi, I guess? Or just like the basics of it, I guess, is maybe what you're asking. Message. Ooh, that looks great, Travis. I don't know if you're still here. I assume you're still here building. Your bridge is looking awesome, man. Very cool. Your big drop to avoid raids when you're building? Dude, that would be nice. I have times where I'm like, oh, I need an escape plan. I mean, luckily I could just run off the edge and run away, but I prefer not to deal with it. Oh, good, Travis, you're still here. I was just randomly looking at Discord for a second. The basics? Yeah, I can explain it more in a second. You'll see a lot of the opportunities you can do with it as we keep building. Hurry up, lady. Actually, we want this on. We need the damages. Any day now.
You need to earn every second you spend in my park.
Do I, though? We're not the bad guys, I promise.
up?
She sounds like she'd ask for the manager. Sometimes, though. Really does. Chip, you're not being worthless today. You actually survived for a lot of the raid. Oh, I'm getting dominated.
Better help my bug and wrap things up.
Chip, you think about what you've done.
Great.
Still
That's what I
no
wanted.
gold cards.
We good? Oh, we good. Yeah. We good.
Not until the game doesn't load anymore. True. I would agree.
A-wheel drive.
Who was building it? Who was building yesterday that was like, this build has 3 FPS? That's... What happened to my pumpkin? Who's ruining my pumpkin? Just exploded. Hey, yeah, off-grid. It's always off-grid. I don't know why I'm not... I never want to say the wrong person, because I've already done it once with you, but I'm like, it is literally always off-grid. 1 FPS, it's even worse. I have the attention span of a squirrel, so it's... I don't remember well. Wait, where'd my... bug butts? My bug butts. Put all this stuff in a chest. 2 awake? Oh, wait. I did sleep already. Never mind. Already had a pre-planned design for my house, but I plan on using some off-grid wall buildings for details and other buildings below. Yeah, I think that's where it works. It either is like, you either have to have a really good plan for the build with off-grid, or it's something to just add little details on stuff. The roaches mess with fruit? Oh, how rude. They would. They would. That makes sense. There are a bunch of them down there, too. At least they're not up here, though. I mean, that's a win. A couple more hours of building to finish the carousel? That's awesome. That thing is so freaking cool. So freaking cool. Yorichi. So, off-grid building, that's the easiest way to think of it, is the grid has... The game has a pre-built grid. So when you're snapped to grid, the game says you can build in, I mean, this is a good example, in those 4 locations, you can build walls, say, 90 degrees, 180, 360 rotation, essentially. You can build them in the center of this square, but everything is based on this square. So there's a half block, vertical and horizontal, and a full block. Outside of these things, you can't... Could you get...
Put your feet up, bud.
Outside of these things,
You
the
earned
only
it.
thing you can do is building on an angle, which is a 45-degree angle. You cannot build in... You can't build on a 60-degree angle, a 30-degree angle. You're stuck with this exact option here. You can only build in these directions. What off-grid building lets you do, in how I typically use it, is one, it's the easiest way to look at it is a mushroom pillar. You need something that allows you to unsnap from grid. That is like a normal piece. As you can see on the lower portion of the screen here, there's place, R axis. R is change axis, reset axis, or swap variance. With the pillars, there's the same thing, place, change axis, reset axis, swap variant, but then you have snap to grid. So this allows you to snap and unsnap from that grid. These are the only pieces outside of scaffolding that allow you to do this. Pebble foundations are a little finicky at times and let you kind of do it, but you pretty much use this as the basis of design. The perk here, when you're when you're not on the grid, you can rotate this any degree you want. So what you're doing is, say this is 45 degrees. Say we want it to be 60 degrees, or it's a rough estimation, of course. But as you can see, this angle is 45. This is now slightly off of 45. You're so high right now, you thought the spider was about to eat me. Yeah. So essentially, Yoriichi, what it allows you to do is change the options that you can build with. Also, the spacing is a really important one. So not only is it the rotation that changes, I can also now, as you can see, okay, you understand? Yeah. So essentially that's the rotation, and then it also, the next block would have to go here and then here. So you could place one of these here. It also lets you do kind of adjust the spacing. It's a little finicky, of course, especially because we have a lot going on right now in this little area. But as you can see, this is the best example of it. If this is that same grid we're talking about, that's the center of the block, that's the next one you can place. It allows you to do things like this, where you have two walls right next to each other. And then the other perk of it is, as you can see, I think the last thing is, you can't do this. You can't collide two blocks into each other. So the game is like, one of its biggest sticking points is you cannot collide blocks. So if you're trying to build things on a 45-degree angle, you can't have, since you can't use vertical half walls, these only have 90-degree adjustments. It's only the actual walls that can do the 45. You can't like connect these two outside of this, like doing two vertical walls next to each other. So what it more importantly allows you to do is have two completely separate walls collide into each other. We can get it to work here. This is where I think it's one of the most important ways where it really allows you to kind of break things. Is it now lets you collide these blocks as if, and the game doesn't care. As soon as they're on different grids, the game just like pushes them together, and they act like they don't even exist in the same way. So you can do funny colliding angles. It's infinite possibilities essentially when you go to that level, whereas you're just locked into a very 40, 60, 45, 90 degree angle kind of grid. Ashley, come in and a perfect time for the visual. No problem. Glad to help. I will be making a video on this at some point. We have to get a little further in the build is all. I need more places to show it off.
A fine piece of handiwork.
Like B-roll footage and stuff to fill time while I'm talking about the explanation. Because I want to do it justice. And there's a couple different ways of doing it too that we've kind of reviewed and talked about earlier in the stream as well. Depending on what you're trying to achieve is always kind of the struggle. But it allows you to do all the things that a simple grid doesn't. You have issues with your pieces rotating after you log back into the game. That is a known glitch, yeah. Typically, once you've rotated them once, it doesn't happen anymore, but that's been something that's it's been in the game since like since the first game, unfortunately. It tends to be half walls like this, half walls, the triangle walls, and roofs are typically the worst culprit in my experience. I haven't had it happen in a little while though. But yeah, one of the frustrating things you kind of just have to deal with. They typically fix it, and then it breaks again every time they update the game. I don't know why that happens, but that seems to be what the issue is. It's something with updates. I am gonna die of thirst. Yeah, roofs do that nonsense, yep. But they have fixed it before. It's just one of those things that kind of comes and goes. I can't tell you how many times. I've come back to hundreds of pieces rotated before. An ungodly amount of pieces. The roofs are annoying? Yeah. Found that reloading the game fixed it? Oh, interesting. Corner stairs. Yeah, those were pretty bad. Gonna try some of the wall stuff you're doing right now in the building I'm working on. Thanks ahead of time for the incoming headaches. Dude, it's such a headache. It's worth it, though. It's a good headache. It's a good headache. All your burr floors, yeah. Sometimes it's the floors. It's so random what it is. I've had a lot of floors. It's like the funky pieces. It's typically not like the full-size walls and the full-size floors. It's the quarter floors, the triangle floors, the like curved floors. It's all the like weird pieces that aren't the like standard grid piece kind of things. I don't know. It's not working for me. You can't place it. The one sticking point that you have to remember.
Right now.
Oh crap! Oh, we have water. We're good.
Now that's fresh.
The big thing you have to remember, or have to know with this technique, is the piece will not support on a floating piece like this. So as you can see, this is cantilevered. What's working here currently is that I've sort of built this in a way so this, it has to have its own supports essentially. So it's this block here or like the ground down here that allows you to support this properly. It won't let you do it if you're using something you've like you personally built as the support, if that makes sense. The way around that is to make your own support. If you really need to do it, so you can get around that too. Everyone is in for their lessons today. Sorry if you've heard this once before. But the way around that is wherever you're placing it, so this would work in this exact location too. Build a pebble path over it. Once this is built, of course, it doesn't work when it's not built. But once the pebble path is built, it will act as a support for some reason. The little hack around it. Just means you have to build pebble floors. So you can use like I tend to think you have to kind of use scaffolding. You need the like gap down here in some way. So you'd have to do it. If your piece is floating with a big gap, that would do it. Or this is an easy example for it. But once this is built, it allows you to do it. And you have to build both. Gosh dang it. Jump. There. Once this is built, it allows you to do it. It's just more finicky because you have less room. Is essentially how it does it. I'll just leave that built so we can use it. There's always a way around it. Always a way around it. I mean, I've watched a wasp and mosquito fight under my bridge 5 times now. Dude, they fight all the time. I was trying to farm wasps earlier, and there was like out over this like burr area, there was just like 2 wasps destroying a mosquito. It's hilarious. Bridge is looking clean. It is, right? Wolf spider rug does that too when you place it. Yeah, that one does the spin thing. They had it. They don't have the piece in the game, but they had one of these corner stairs for the full mushroom stairs in the first game, and you had to place them like if you wanted it here facing this way so you could walk up it, you had to place it here facing this way, and then it would always flip to the other side. There's always some weird things like that. Unfortunately, part of just weird building things. What's up, Joey? Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. I'm doing good myself. Once or twice, no worries. School is in session. Yeah, it is. I mean, when we're breaking things and having fun with it right now, I'm kind of part of it. The mushroom stairs were the bane of my existence, and they look so freaking good, and I was using so many of them. Oh, I used so many of them. Those, because I used like 100 of them in my columns. Dang it. Crap, dope. Huh? Stupid ad, I know the feeling. Good old ads. They're always at the worst time too. Finish my creative proto build for this very spot. Practical, not very fancy. Fancy comes with time. I have far too many hours in this game, which allows me to build a little bit fancier, faster. Is, I think, one way to think of it. Fancy's easy when you've got 3,000-4,000 hours in the game. It's a lot more difficult when you don't have that much time to do it quickly. Kind of gets rid of the slow prototyping, poor type time. Oh, dang it. And I thought that was supporting. We don't technically know when the Playgrounds update is. They said in a week or two. I think it comes out in the PTB next week, if I'm not mistaken. But outside of that, we don't actually know. They said like 2 to 3 weeks in PTB, depending on how things go, of course. It's always sort of an arbitrary, who knows, time period. Put some like cool lights in these, I'm thinking. These support light. Oh, they do. Oh, Luderav. New tech. Who needs triangles when you can just use the fins? Perfect.
A fine piece of handiwork, Mr. Smalls.
Yeah, the round pillar stairs, yeah. You already read my brain, yeah. That's so funny. I was like, hold on a second. This makes my life. I don't even have to do it. We can just do the cool build up from the start. I love when things just work. Here comes the leg. I don't know how I want to utilize these yet, but this is going to be great. Yeah, this will make it look really cool at night. You have no creativity? It comes with time. My biggest suggestion, if you haven't watched my top 10 tips to build better and grounded, it applies wholly to grounded 1 and grounded 2. The only difference is grounded 2 has a couple new blocks and materials. It doesn't change anything. Highly suggest watching that on my channel. There's a couple things in that video outside of just basic building techniques that make building easier in general. I have an architectural background. I worked at an architecture firm for many years. I have a degree in architecture. In that video, I talk about how I think about builds, not just, and some of them are really simple, but as you get further in the video, there's some specific things, and yeah, you see some insane builds in that video. There's a couple concepts that are like come from an architectural background of like how I think creatively. It isn't just like, I often think that creative thinking isn't always just you're creative or not. It's how much time you put into being creative. I think the best example I can think of is people aren't good artists and bad artists. There's just people that have put thousands and thousands of art hours into becoming good artists. I don't think anyone ever just started out as someone who's incredibly good at drawing or incredibly good at painting. And I don't think it's a disservice to say someone's really good at something. Joe the Wizard in here is a great example. He draws thousands, he's drawn tens of thousands of hours of drawings. I I would say I'm an incredibly creative person. I haven't put the time in to draw hand drawing to be good at drawing like he is. I can think of the ideas and stuff, but I also have tens of thousands of hours in creative thinking skills. So at the end of the day, a lot of that comes from creativity, comes from interacting with creative endeavors more often, is typically how I like to think of it. The biggest tip to be more creative that I can suggest is go to Pinterest.com and search for things. Yeah, you can't think of the idea, go to Pinterest. I'm not just like, the way I'm putting this together is kind of an organic process because that's how I like to build in games. I like a trial and error sort of process. Things kind of, I visualize things because I've spent so much time doing that, especially in architecture. I've always thought in terms of buildings. I mean, my dad was an architect too, so I have a huge leg up on people. I just grew up in that background. So I have a huge leg up. But if you don't have a Pinterest, go get Pinterest, search it up, make an account, make a grounded board, build board, and then search up, if you want to build a tower, search tower. If you want to build a medieval castle, search medieval castles. If you want to design, like if you wanted to see on my channel, there's the Enshrouded Winter build competition tour of my build entry that I made. All the ideas there, I was like, this area would be cool to have a cellar. Well, I don't just know how to build cellars. I looked up 20, 30, 40 designs of cellars, and I pick and choose the details of those things to make those ideas come true. And so a lot of the times, that's sort of how is a huge proponent in it. Is like the first thing in every architectural project that we would do is you would have to say, here's your goal for this project is to make a stadium, like a sports stadium. And so you don't just know how sports stadiums are, you look up sports stadiums and you find ideas of other sports stadiums. And that's like the one good thing about AI right now is in terms of like idea generation on Pinterest specifically. I love it because it just gives you these wacky, outlandish ideas that have no basis in reality. So if you can do cyberpunk and steampunk and futuristic or medieval or European builds or skyscrapers, it's like you look up the ideas to give you inspiration, to give you that like framework and reference, because you don't just know, very few people just know what a skyscraper is built like. You don't know how it's made, you don't know how the levels look, the designs, what makes sense. You look up the idea. So if you're given a build challenge, the first thing I do is look up precedent images, which is an architectural term, but it just means inspiration images. And so a lot of my ideas, like right this second, I am looking at the base of a tower. Like if you guys want to see the inside of my brain, I'm looking at a tower design. I'm not just going to copy this 100%, but this is what's inspiring. Okay, I need an entrance with layers, and then I want some like this design detail is like, I want to incorporate this sort of design, the like fin type things that are in here. Come on. I want to incorporate these fins, but with this sort of concept. So like, I want a framework of here. I want some big tower things on the outside. I want sort of interior kind of cutaways and stuff. It never looks like the exact image that you're looking at, but I'm always looking at a reference image of some kind. I'm always trying to find a way to like use these ideas. Like this is what's inspiring this build is I'm thinking of this whole thing is there's a big square that's going to have some inlaid details at the top, probably built on one standard grid. And you can't do all this craziness. So you have to very much simplify it. But then it's going to be like tiered off-grid stacking stuff to do some type of detail like this. You can't build spires and towers like this, so you have to kind of creatively come up with solutions of how to build in the game itself that you're playing in. but I'm always looking at some type of precedent image. You make Doggy do a high five, he's sleeping. It can be anything you want it to be, exactly. Travis, thank you for the sub. 6 months, let's go, man. Holy cow. Appreciate that. Can you build a shape as an hourglass? Like an ugly one. You could. The hard part is you can't... Off-grid building doesn't allow you to tilt in this game. That's its major thing. You're working with straight lines on everything. Outside of... You can build like this, but then you're stuck with, like, these fin designs. But in theory, you could build an hourglass to some degree. If you think of, like, this is it's a rudimentary hourglass shape, you know? If you get it to the right scale, it would work to a certain degree. But not necessarily something super easy. You can tilt with ceilings, yeah. That's the only way to get the angles in it. But those are very, very limiting in some ways, so you have to kind of think of everything a little bit different. Dad worked in special millwork. He built windows, frames, and doors for James Brown and George Foreman. Interesting. That's crazy. Those are some big names. Did he get grills? 3 grills? How many milk molars do you recommend getting before going to New Game Plus in Grounded 1? I personally would say get all of them. You cannot get them once you go forward. Theoretically, you can now, if I'm not mistaken. They added it after I stopped playing. You can go from 1 to 2 to 5 to back to 1, I think now. I don't know if you can retroactively go back to the first one and get the milk molars, but I would suggest getting all the milk molars outside of food and hunger. 100%, you have to upgrade health, stamina, and the... What are they? Are they the same? Healing. You have to upgrade these 3, or you will have a horrible day. This, in New Game Plus, you will get so many extra milk molars if you collect just a few. I typically left the last level. I would not get the last one. I would do it fairly easily, get the first 2 or 3 upgrades, and then I would not upgrade it. By New Game Plus 4 or 5, you're down to like 1% drain so quickly. It's like less than 1%. So, absolutely health, stamina, and healing, or you will die. It's the only... I like to think of it, health and healing is the only scaling you get in the game. Between going New Game Plus outside of doing more damage. It's the defensive scaling you get. You can upgrade your weapons, or your armor and stuff, of course, but you get to a certain point where the health is your main form of scaling, survival scaling. So absolutely these, and the stamina becomes super important too. So get those, and don't worry about this all that much, because you can keep food, and if you get 1 or 2 of them in every New Game Plus, it'll get so low you'll never even have food stamina. You'll never have food drain anymore to worry about it. Glass design I played with may be fun to play with as window designs above something. Which one's the glass design? Cat decided I need to be in his bed tonight. That's cats though, right? That's what they do. Main character is an architect. Sorry, I missed. What did you say, King? Did I miss a chat from earlier? What show are you talking about? Yeah, send it to me, Lude. Please do.
We could bottle that up and make a killing.
Welcome in, King, by the way. IT, but I'm shadow banned. You unban me. Wait, what about? Nighty? Oh, How I Met Your Mother? Yeah, I've watched that. I've watched How I Met Your Mother every episode probably 5 times through, if not more. That is one of my favorite shows ever. Ted Mosby. I love that show. Lent's back. We have to go farm.
A-wheel drive. Let's
Such
go.
a good show, though. Such a good. You just watch Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Very fitting for the game. Sounds good, Luke. Take a look in a sec. That's legendary. Legend? Wait for it. Dairy. It's such a good show. I swear, did I not? Oh, do these? Does this not stay open? Like blow it up every time? I swear I already blew that up. There's a movie about Nom and dinosaurs. What? Back in Nam. What do you mean, Ducky? What were you trying to help? Nate? What do you mean you were trying to help them? Just answer the question. Or in Discord. Hmm? Gimme. What's this thing? Oh, yeah, Lude. That thing looks awesome. You found that in Grounded 2? Is that what you're saying? This is why I'm so uncomfortable. Napalming a T-Rex? Oh, jeez. On YouTube? Well, how are you trying to help? ¿Por qué? How are you making that? Called Primitive War. How are you making that in Grounded 2, Lou? Does it look as good without ash cement? Yeah, dang it, I didn't bring it. What the heck? Did I just farm that twice? I swear I just farmed that twice. Did anyone else see that? You could use different materials. I guess it might look good with mushroom or something. No! Yeah, it is quarter triangles. It's just something about ash cement that looks so good. What? Dude, the potato beetle is going full potato right now. He is in a potato. I can't help him. Sad boy. Stuck forever. Don't question the lint gods. Trust me, I'm not. I want to know how to replicate that if I can. Is more so. Whoa. We are in the bear's butt. Yeah, it's the top of the cathedral. Yeah. He sent that to me before. My pea brain can't remember anything past 5 minutes ago. Base is going to look kind of bad made of grass. I would say if you can, experiment with the other materials. I know at first glance it seems expensive. Farming mushroom, farming pumpkin, getting algae. But unless you're building like a massive base like I am, it's actually so much less time consuming. It takes a little bit more upfront grind than you would think. But I honestly think that you would find it to be way more approachable.
I promise.
The time it takes to grind freaking grass and weed stems is so unbearable. It is so time consuming. I'm trying to save you. I'll save you. I will release you. Never farmed lint twice, but it happens all the time with pebbles and sometimes even triple. I've seen the pebbles, but lint, that's a first for lint. Burrs are fast, hate wasting the stems. Yeah. I hate wasting it, but gosh, it's just such a good material.
Just looking, I promise.
It's one of those things, like, lint is unbearable at times, but it's only unbearable if you're doing, like, ridiculous builds. At the end of the day, it's a lot less time consuming, I think, than most other materials once you get the hang of it. Yeah, the stem glitch, I've seen that one. Unfortunately, the dupe is like, if it gave anything good outside of stem, like, who needs that much dried berry leather? Or lingonberry leather. But I'm gonna lurk and crash. Have a good rest of the night stream. Sounds good, man. Glad we were able to do a Friday stream for you to hang out, man. Appreciate it. Always good to have you hanging out. 2 lint stacked on top of each other? Well, how was that? How do we get more lint to stack on top of each other? An unreasonable amount of grass in your base. Yeah, I hate grass.
Hey, Bill Drive. Let's go.
I really hate it. Bad chip. Bad. You kicked that. That was like over the fence. Oh wait, there it is. It came back down. He kicked it into another universe and then it fell back down. No. Usually just build really tiny bases. Yeah, I'm always... There's definitely value in nothing crazy, but...
Just looking, I promise.
I think, especially in early access, I think there's a lot of value in going a little bit bigger than you might want to originally, just because it's a time filler. Because the thing we're all dying for is content, right? Like, at the end of the day, like, I want more content too. But we can't... In early access, we have to be patient, so if you really enjoy the game, the best way to get more out of it is to, like, build a really cool base, collect everything in the game, build one of every weapon, and then I always like thinking of it as, how do I put one of everything in this base? You don't have to build quite that big, but build an armor dummy, build an armory. You can't spam. I can still ban you. You have forgotten. Build an armory that holds every single armor set. Build a bug museum.
I promise.
Like, I try to think of, like, how can I put anything and everything in this base that I'm building is my inevitable goal. You need Game Pass to share worlds? I am not 100% sure. Get out of here. I wish I had a better answer for that. I don't actually know if you have to have Game Pass. Because it's not necessarily a you're not playing multiplayer. You just have to share the world with me. Is essentially all it is. So if you can go into your save and create a multiplayer save, then you don't need anything. Essentially.
Yeah.
My only struggle with it is I play on Steam, but I also have a Game Pass account because I used 2 profiles to have 2 characters playing at the same time in my world, so I could film things. Really good idea. I could try to make a giant statues out of mushroom bricks and stuff and build like 4 on each wall. Yeah, if you haven't seen Ludorav's most recent base tour, we did a Grounded 1 stream a couple months back. Chip, get over here. And he built these like dwarven statues that were absolutely insane. Ducky, don't do it. Just went to the bear spot. There's just 2 lint that spawn stacked sometimes. That's so weird. I'll take it, but like, why?
Let's go!
Why would that be a thing? What are you testing, Ducky? Instead of building a big wall around it. Yeah, I just did that the lazy way, essentially. I'm not really worried about the... I think you don't need Game Pass, not sure. I don't think you do, if I'm not mistaken. I'm just going to do it because it's easy, but... See if you were banned, okay. Hey, Ace, welcome in. Long time no see. Yeah, Slumber, there's definitely more efficient ways to do it, but I found if you get too close, you block the spawn, which annoyed me, so I just built it bigger out of ease, I guess is the way I would put it. Not needed, but it was just the easier route at the time.
Their cardio.
Efficiency wasn't the goal necessarily, because I have to do it so much. It was just build the box to stop running around like an idiot. Lint run. I didn't need to do a lint run video in this game. It's horrible. It's so much easier in the first game. Had that lint run down to like 2 minutes. Had that problem, but I played with it enough to make it tighter-ish. Yeah, I was just too lazy to play with it. I said, screw it, I just want the wall. And I'd already farmed so much material that it didn't really matter at that point. But you could absolutely do it more efficient. My goal was just to make it good enough, but I've been so busy outside of like streams and stuff that I haven't finished half of these ones yet. Nope. Hate these spawn locations. Who said, let's make the already most difficult material in the game more difficult to get?
A-wheel drive. Let's go.
He didn't get banned. I've been timing him out all night because he keeps spamming. And then Knife timed him out a couple times, and then he got shadow banned, I think. For a little while. Because he got timed out so many times.
Just looking, I promise.
Okay, Chip, get over here. They need to add fountains. That would be really cool. They had a drinking fountain in the first game. Not the same thing, but they did have a drinking fountain. He did find out. He did. He wouldn't get to the point? I don't know. Don't test me. May not keep you banned forever, but you might have to earn it back. You have to do one of those like unbanned forms where you have to like earn it, and not all the big streamers do. How do I like the trapdoors? I think they're really cool. It's one of those things, I don't know quite how I want to use them yet, is the main thing. Although we did see a base, what, Tuesday, that had a bunch of them that was really funny. It was really fun. They did a really good job like hiding them. So it was a fun little experiment to figure out how the heck to get around their base. Because I almost missed all of them. They were very well hidden. They're cool. I've also seen, we've only seen like one build that's done it, but there was one build that used them as like a wall piece too. Really difficult. You have to use them in a very specific way, but they make an interesting opportunity for burr walls. Can't really use them in like, it's a really specific opportunity though, is the hard part. I'm just here for the lint. Chip! Where'd you go? Don't leave me. Haven't been able to catch the streams due to work. You're working on a new mega build? Yes, definitely. We're heading that way in a second here. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Oh yes, those are like...
Just looking, I promise.
I wish this like zoomed out a little bit. What's that? Oh, I didn't farm that one. That's why. Wait, what? What? What is this? Give it to me. Imagine Chap's maze room with the inclusion of hatch doors. I'd never get out. I'd literally never get out. How do you unlock trapdoors? It's a one of the chips, if I'm not mistaken. You've reported it? Okay, good. How annoying. I always was like, how have I missed? I always felt like I missed
Just
one.
looking, I promise.
Oh my gosh. Chip, you've left me at the worst time. I'm out of dandelion tufts. How rude. That's crazy. I never even noticed that before. I guess we did just figure out that the scanner does that as well, so that would do it. Oh no. Screw it. One of the discs you collect? Yeah. Yeah, I don't remember which one it is either, but it is one of the discs. Oh no. Oh. That was really close. Okay, we'll just heal that off. Act like that didn't happen.
Woo! Let's go!
You're supposed to be down here. Ay, ay, ay.
I'd rather be on top than below this one.
Question. Did
Just
one
looking,
of these
I
lint
promise.
fall down here? Said there was two.
Woohoo!
Can't see anything. Whatever. One piece of lint. You actually used the chair glitch to get it? That's great. I mean, lint is a sacred resource. Shit. Give me your gold card. Oh, you could. I mean, yeah, it would probably work, right? Chip. Spiders. Plus. Chap was supposed to be here tonight. We were doing our drinking stream for him. Timber the Lint Gatherer.
Just looking,
Yes.
I promise.
That is honestly a major part of my life in this game. I can't even tell you, my first lit video ever. If it's not a sign of how much frickin' lint I use. If it's not a sign, my first video ever was a lint gathering video. It was my route for gathering lint. So, like, at the end of the day... Uh-oh. What just happened? Get out of here, Steam. Jeez. Steam's taking over. It's doing whatever it wants tonight. So it really is my life, gathering lint. My number 2, it is the sour staff. But it's the Mysterious Stranger version of it. There's a lot of variants of the Mysterious Stranger. Just has a couple extra perks is all. But it's really good. We're a mage now. If you haven't played, there's a Cobra, frickin' Cobra mage armor now that is so good. And then when you get this snake trinket, scale trinket, oh, it's so good. It's so fun. I mean, dang it. I mean, it's really bad, and nobody should use it. Nobody should ever be... Don't do it. It's really bad. Don't touch it, devs. I'll cry. I've been waiting for a good frickin' mage build since the first game. It's definitely a glass cannon build, but it's very fun. Which, as long as you can perfect block or dodge, you're set.
Yeah.
Had to rebuild the box around the fingertip lint because I think it was blocking the spawn. Yeah, that happened to me a bunch. That's why I just gave up and built big boxes. It was just less headache. Armor headpiece is sick. Yeah, it's like, honestly, my absolute favorite armor set they've put in the game so far. There's some cool ones, but it glows in the dark too. I think is one of my other favorite parts. It like literally glows in the dark. Good stuff. Only tried because I've seen you using it, and I love it, especially with the spicy stuff. The way it adds up is insane. Yeah. You have to have the full set. The only thing that's not great is the finale quickening is pretty meh. It's not horrible. Like, compared to some of the other like melee armor sets, I will say the sleek option is not incredible. But in the sense that you do have to use charge attacks to stop the bugs from perpetually blocking everything a lot of the times, depending on which one you're fighting. It is really nice to have it charge quicker, because then you can just blow up their block faster and do damage again. This is really good though. The devastation's good. This trinket giving flat candy damage is so good. And the best part, what I love about it, is I get to build, like, I don't have to build 3 of the same weapons. I get 3 candy weapons, essentially, that each kind of do their own fun little thing. Like, the Tang is nice because it reduces healing for bugs that heal. The Finale Warmth is worthless on the Heat Wave, but it does have a higher crit chance. Rock Me figured that out. It has a higher crit chance than the standard one. And the Frost one doing the chilly attack where it, like, does an explosion is really cool, too. But yeah, Ace, the new... So there's the regular garden patches that grow all the same stuff that the first game did, but they just added the Ponic patch when you beat the game. Then when you beat the story that's currently in the game, you get this. So you can build... These are pumpkin, not pumpkin, but pumpkin seeds. They, like, it's sort of the same stuff as, like, empowering smoothies and stuff. The 2 berries, the lingen and the blueberry. You can grow pumpkins, carrots, potatoes, and key limes are in the game too now. A lot of fun ones. They're really cool. They also look freaking amazing. They look so much cooler than the other garden patches, which is like one of my favorite parts.
Now that's fresh.
Use the gloom sap on pumpkins. You get pumpkin seeds. Oh, that's good to know. I was wondering how you get more of them other than just growing more. That's very good to know. I think we can go to the picnic table too. A lot of really good new additions to the game. I still want more. I'm excited for all the next updates, but it's really good. The game feels like it's in a really fun spot right now. A lot of really interesting additions that, like, open up a lot of really cool opportunities for the long term, too. Those are new items.
Take a breath, big guy.
2 used to be decoration for sure. Yeah, new items to be used for decoration. Yeah. Yeah, if you have an ace, not this recent Tuesday, but the Tuesday before, we did a tour of a base up on the top of the Billy Hog. What the heck? On the top of the Billy Hog truck, and they built a floor, put the garden patches underneath the floor, and then lit the new garden patches up, and it looks so freaking cool. It's like this magical, whimsical, like, forest. It's such a cool design for just, like, garden patches. Such a simple technique to make something look so freaking cool. The lighting and the berries, like, the berries glow from the inside as well. So they look, it's like the coolest light that you could ever make. It's like a little berry light, but they, like, because they glow so much, they're, like, huge. They look freaking awesome. So we'll be figuring out how to do something with that. Don't kill him, Chip. Stay.
Put your feet up, bud. You earned it.
How many more do I need for this frickin' patient? 1. Chip, you stole my kill. How rude. Feels weird seeing that part of the statue empty, right? I've definitely done a lot there. Little twist, there we go. Finally, level 2. Will we ever get level 3? It's one of, like, my favorite things to do is, like, go back and look at the places I've done mega builds, but without the mega builds there, because it just, you get so used to everything you've built, you don't even quite remember what it looks like anymore. No gold cards. Struggle continue.
Hey, wheel drive. Let's go.
I finally got Yoked Blows level 2, and then I haven't gotten anything since. Not that I need them, but got a long way to go for Yoked Blows level 3. Switch your PC date to March to get the lucky hat. Yeah. I don't really mind it that much. We'll get there. It's only... Oh, dang it. How did I not die? That's crazy. This is why I need dandelion tufts. Need to stop forgetting that I don't have any. Yeah, they had it in the first game. I had it in that, but I'll get it when it comes out. Waiting for Grounded 2 full release to return. I want all this stuff available. Yeah, I don't blame you. Don't blame you at all. I've enjoyed the process. I enjoy being part of early access. You have to like want. You really have to be like have a desire to be a part of early access for it to be really fun. Be okay with the bugs and the glitches and things not working. Just things like that exact thing right there, just things being silly. Crashes and performance not being amazing, but I have so much fun building in this game that it's worth the wait for me. If you're not a builder, it's a lot harder to like find time to. You run out of things to do pretty quick in early access, so you kind of come and go.
Brutal.
You use the dual weapons. Gives you little fist mutation. Really? That seems busted. That's crazy. At least with the might claws. Oh, well, we might do that. I want to get through the entire game without doing any of the ranger stuff, but I need to get the little fists and the javelin stuff still. Oh, dandelion type. What do you know? Sometimes it works in your favor to glitch building techs that don't work later on. True. That is a nice thing, yeah. Did you know in the movement script D comes before A because you can't be holding A? Oh, interesting. Yeah. I guess it has to be some way, right? Get out of here, Chip. The lint from the bottom of the tablecloth, you just gotta break on the top side of the cloth. Oh, that's a smart way to do it. You're never out of things to do? That's kind of how I am. But
Yes,
not
we
everyone
will.
likes
I
that
promise.
play style. Bugs and performance issues with early access. However, I do love the exploits. Yeah, you really you have to find that stuff funny. I think there was only one specific thing in Grounded 1 that really sucked, is they made an update that it was a really random one. There was a random update where you couldn't build around any of the like in-game assets, and I had built in the sandbox, so for a week I literally couldn't add to my build. That one sucked. Where is it?
Just looking, I promise.
I don't actually know where the inside of that is. Not easy to see anything from here. Be down that way, yeah. I think, right? No, maybe. On episode 842 of the show you're watching, and there's 400 more. What are you watching? One Piece? Where is this thing? Is it not showing up? Gotta be somewhere right around here, right? Yeah, One Piece.
Just look.
Had a feeling.
I promise.
Am I blind? Where the heck is this thing? Well, there's one that's on top that Slumber was saying you can farm from the outside. Is what I'm trying to do. Just not finding the location. Like, you either have to build to it, or you have to chomp it from above, apparently. Because I always just skip it. Because I've been too lazy to bring... I always forget to bring materials over here. Well, of course, now it just disappeared. That would do it. Has anyone else ever noticed that? I feel like I chop this, and then I chop this one, and then it just goes away.
I promise.
And I knew I wasn't being crazy.
Hey,
this one just, like, disappears.
Let's go.
Randomly.
Let's go.
Sure, Slumber. Sure. I have noticed that one, when I don't chop it, it literally disappears. Yeah, the lint goes on it, but that one I didn't chop, is what I'm saying. There's two in that location. So there's one on top of the little lunchbox. There's two on the book that you can only reach one from the books by jumping, and the other one, but then it just like randomly disappears sometimes, I've noticed. If that makes sense. Like without, I haven't chopped it because you can't reach it. But I was seeing if you could see it from the top, and then I was like, no wonder I couldn't see it, it just disappeared. For some lovely reason. But yeah, I always end up collecting all the lint down here.
Just looking, I promise.
In the one lonely one that goes over here somewhere, yeah. That's really weird. I don't know why that one just disappears. Yeah, it's just that one. I've noticed it does it all the time. They've been making episodes since 1999. Yeah, I've never watched it because I've never been...
Take a breath, big guy.
The idea of getting into a show with 1,000+ episodes that just finished season 1 is like, wait, what? It's a daunting task. Give me your gold card. Dragon Ball might be older. It's definitely old. I've been making that one for a long time too. It does keep you busy. I'm already busy though. That's my problem. Shit, dude, where? Get over here. This dude. Farm everything up top first, and it gets the ones on the underside you can't reach. That might be the way to do it. Yeah. It's not very efficient. I sent a message to Eric, actually. I was like, could we... I didn't want to say it in a negative way because I'm not upset about it. But I was like, in Grounded 1, because I farmed so many materials, I saw the, like, level of attention to detail that all the resources... And it was a small map, so it makes sense that they're kind of placing things a little bit more haphazardly at times. But I noticed in the first game, every single burr that you farmed, they all went into like a valley. And so they thought about it when you farmed it, like in the, it doesn't seem like it at first, but if you farm all the, in the upper yard, if you farm all the burr in that area, it all funnels down to like the same 3 locations. And a couple of them are here and there, of course, but there was this like really consistent thought of, I'm gonna put this here, it's gonna fall this way every time, and it's all gonna go to this area. And it was like consistent, and it wasn't a really big headache. And I've been like, I know it's early access, and I'm not complaining, but something to note with like some of the new people on the team is it feels like they're like, oh, this all is in a general area, looks good, here's a bunch of resources, they'll be happy. And they've lost that little extra touch, I think, with some of the new people on the team. That was like what made farming not an absolute headache at times. It was still a lot of work. The grind was real for mega building and stuff. But there was just a little bit more attention to detail in how some of the things were placed in the first game. In like how the burrs fell, and the lint locations didn't give me cancer every time I had to have to farm them on the lint, on the scarecrow. Like they weren't automatically punishing, it feels like. Whereas right now they kind of feel punishing. So I was like, I sent him a message just like, maybe something to think about. I'm not saying like
Didn't even need
anything's
instructions.
wrong, but there's a level of pain to refarming resources that if you haven't done it more than once or twice, you don't really know how horrible it can feel. Which is like not necessarily something I expect any random developer to feel all the time. But it's a pain point right now. Especially when they're going to be adding more and more locations and stuff. Sounds good, Knife. Never farm the scarecrow, it's too much. Yeah, it's like a headache. It's so painful to get. And it's like, I don't have a problem with like the undershed. Like I think what I'm really saying is like when I was farming the undershed lint, there was this pathway through the undershed that felt efficient. And it was like you got good at it and it was easy. You could just kind of like put it on repeat every time it respawned, and I was like, this is actually I kind of enjoyed it. It was like an enjoyable process to farm the lint in the undershed because it was a fun level of it was a fun level of parkour with it where I didn't want to like hit myself in the head with a hammer after doing it. Whereas like going onto the scarecrow is like if you farmed the lint on the scarecrow one time, you're like, this is horrible. This makes me want to lose my mind. You know that if you throw a max fresh axle spear into a snail's head, it dies in one hit? That's good to know. Should add an update that's just about building. Like you should be able to add really small details to make it look good. That would be cool, but I don't think they planned. The struggle with that is I don't know if they planned enough. That'd be a huge overhaul to the build system, I think, is the struggle. It'd be really cool, don't get me wrong. But I think the way they have it built, you have to have like, one, I think you'd have to have more of like an enshrouded custom engine to build something like that. I'm not sure if this, using just Unreal Engine 5 as sort of a base, would allow you to do that, to that level of detail, but it would be freaking cool, don't get me wrong. It would be amazing. I would absolutely love it. But it's really hard to retroactively do it. Mind that the majority of the grounded Dev 2 team is Eidos Montreal, not Obsidian, and they are a extreme dev schedule. Yeah, and that's why I made the comment. It's like something to think of going forward, because I know there's a lot of new people on the team that aren't necessarily thinking in the terms like they're on the big focus, Ladybug, Buggy, like the new combat system. So like not something I'm like, and I make sure Eric knows that every time I make comments. I'm like, hey, I know this is a very niche thing, but just something that the first game did that is currently a little bit of a pain point in the second game is like that little bit of attention to detail is just something to think of like moving forward. Not something that's like, oh, this needs to be fixed and it kills me. Is not what I'm trying to say at all. Because I know they're on a crazy schedule and I know it's not the focus. by any means, but it's just like one of those things with so many new people on the team, with such a new company coming in with really incredible ideas. Like I'm absolutely loving everything. I love the scale of the game. One of the little things in terms of builders that's really easily overlooked when you have a bunch of devs that are like not as used to this one thing. Just something I try to like throw in my 2 cents to Eric every once in a while, since I've talked to him a decent amount, and I have a lot of perspectives from the build community of things that are our pain points and some of our struggles, and that are things that will very rarely get looked at. Like, how many people are going to go into the suggestion forum and be like, yeah, the locations of this resource is the pain point. Like, they're going to farm lint once or twice and they're moving on with their lives. And so if you're not building and stuff, it's something that's like, it's never going to get enough traction to get the suggestion stuff, is the only reason I made the comments. And I don't expect that to be a focus, but if we the builders don't voice our concerns, little things here and there, even if they're a little nitpicky, of course. And it was more of like a, hey, just something to think about moving forward. You lined that grill up perfectly. Thank you. I mean, that's what I'm saying. When you place those first blocks, it is like, you have to be really precise. But man, once you get it, oof, it looks good. I still want to add some details in these little areas, but I think it's coming together. Little by little. And I know Obsidian is always listening, because they're very involved in the community side and everything. But just little notes, little things to think about. Keep in mind. Because I know they're going to add more lint, and they're going to add more, like, they're going to add all those locations and stuff. We'll get more of everything as we go. So, like, not necessarily to go retroactively change everything right now, but, like, just think about the little, like a little valley, little peak when your burrs are falling down. The little things that the first game did so incredibly well that I don't want those little details to be lost in the grand scheme of things, because the big stuff's great, but the little stuff makes a huge difference in terms of long-term playability as well. Hope they add a location like the Undershed. It's very possible. One of the areas, I can't remember, I think it's somewhere over here or something. There's a big, like, shed type thing somewhere on the map. Can't remember exactly where. But I really enjoyed the Undershed. That was a really cool area. Harder to do, but can't imagine it'd be incredibly difficult to have some type of place like that. There's got to be like a maintenance shed of some kind on the property. Loving the entry, thank you. Really coming together. Well, so much to do, but we're moving forward. Thanks for answering questions tonight. The good with the luck with the build. Thank you, appreciate it really bad, gamer. I feel so weird saying that. It feels like I'm insulting you. I know I'm just reading your day, but yeah, I'm always happy. I love answering questions, helping people out as much as I can. That's what I do. Rob use clay because it's easier to tote. Yeah, and Prob dismantle. That makes it easy. Hate that if the big clay things are in water, they only give 4 or 5 of the little ones. Oh, yeah. Definitely a fair amount of resources poorly placed. I've seen so many nodes of pine needles under terrain or inside a rock. Yeah, it's just they're working through stuff really fast. So it's like, it's one thing that's like, hey, this is not a concern. Like, we're not the game where no one's dying right now. It's not killing us, but like just little things. They're working fast. They have way bigger priorities, but just like, hey, just take a little look at this every once in a while and rethink some of these spots, and it'll make life, clean things up, and it'll make it like just, I mean, I would say Grounded 1 was like 10 out of 10 game in my opinion. It's one of my favorite games ever. And so I want to make sure this one is also a 10 out of 10. Like, it has so much more potential and so much more exciting stuff about it. I really want it to succeed as best as possible. Didn't mean to say that. No worries, no worries. Make things hard for yourself. Undershed scared the crap out of you when you saw the Black Widow nest. You booked it. Yeah, I think we all did that first time. It was horrifying. Multitask master in this game, so I gather multiple materials at once and grind gold at the same time. Yeah. It's not, the lint's not horrible. It was rough getting started, but now that I have a decent amount, once we start building floors again, my issue is we're going to use so much so fast. We used in a chest of lint building this first level. Half the reason we built this cool light system, like light design in the floor, is that these use 1 burr and no lint. So it was like, this was a life hack to save on lint, and it looks really cool. It was a double win. We'll eventually get the restrooms as an explorable area. Yeah, is that what it is? That's what I was like, there's something over there. Wish we could 45 the half vertical walls. I guess that's one way to think about what we were talking a bit about with off-grid building. You can 45 anything if you find a way to build off-grid with it. That's like one of the major perks of doing this design. Is anything can 45 to your build if you want to put in the effort to build off-grid. It's an accurate name, no offense in saying it out loud. No worries. I'm gonna go to bed. Sounds good, Yorichi. Thanks for hanging out, man. Floor is super cool looking. Thank you. Appreciate it. May not have hit it in the head, but I did it a bit more than half of the big snails. Is that what you sent me in Discord? The video you're talking about? Cow. Keep sleeping. Don't forget to sleep. All your resources respawn. Ready for the new sandbox and whatever crazy bugs that it adds? Yeah. We were talking about that earlier. I'm gonna butcher the name. It was like a done. Someone said they should add a Dobson fly, which is crazy because it looks like a flying antlion. And I was like, honestly, that would be kind of, it's horrifying. But it feels like it would fit. It definitely seems like, what's happening? Computer, chill. I'm guessing from what I've seen on Jade's channel, we're getting a northern, or it's not northern scorpions, but we're getting like an arid desert type scorpion. So whatever that's gonna change, of course. But I would assume we get antlions back in some way, shape, or form.
Now that's fresh.
But who knows what else? It opens up. I love that there's just so many biomes and types of areas in the game right now. Really, it's going to open up a lot of really interesting ideas for new bugs and all sorts of new stuff. And though, although the scorpions feel a little out of place, oops, at times in like the ice cream cart, I kind of enjoy that they're kind of like, you know what? It's not all realism. Let's just make it fun, because that opens up like so much freedom. And they're like, let's do the biggest boss we've ever done in Axel. Like the fight or not, love it or not, it opens up this huge opportunity for potential when they're willing to build the game in that way. Just huge amounts of flexibility and freedom to just have as much fun as possible with it. Flying antlions would be frightening. Yeah, that's exactly what they look like. That's what we were talking about earlier too, is like you could make them, they have these like massive mandibles, so you could make them like fly and like pick up the character and like drop you out of the air and stuff. You could get really horrifying and miserable with it. Where the shed thing is on the map was, I sent a pic. Oh, okay, sounds good. I mean, I'm not super worried about where it is specifically. Remember little wasp-like bugs in sandy environments, IRL? Got their actual name, but they could probably reskin the wasp and use them in the sandbox to add like add burrowing for them. Yeah, there is like ground wasps as well. There's so the horrifying part is like there's so many horrifying bugs out there. There's so many creepy crawlers that when you kind of say like, hey, this doesn't have to be in Australia
A fine piece of
to
handiwork,
have
Mr.
this or
Claus.
that, it's just like you could do anything. I personally think a centipede boss would be incredible. Horrifying, but incredible. That would be really fun in some ways. There's a lot. There's just so much you can do. This is really weird, but could be interesting. What a weird detail. One thing I wish they would add is a child that's playing in the sandbox. Make it like the snake and you can get fallen toenails. Ugh. We did have toenails in the first game, so I guess you could, but ugh. You just get squished by it all the time, though. They added a snake. I don't see any reason not to add the lizard they were working for. I hope they add the lizard as a colossal, though, in some way. I kind of am enjoying the current, like, boss type system that they have. I enjoy the bug type bosses. Like, it kind of feels like a lizard to me feels very similar. A lizard feels very similar to the snake, where it's like you don't even, you're just a fly to the snake. So a lizard feels exactly the same to me in terms of scale, but you could do some really fun things with lizard scales because they have the lizard armor. Like, that'd be a great colossal in some way, and it could still, like, absolutely destroy you. But it's like, how do you do damage with, like, a pointy stick to an armored lizard? Just like the snake, it immediately is like, how do you fight a lizard when you can't even touch this garter snake? It's not like you're fighting like an anaconda in the yard. Like, that's a garter snake. That's a train. But it could be real. There could be a lot of interesting things you do with it, though, for sure. Not to like dash anyone's hopes or anything. I'm not the expert either, so there's a lot of things they could do that I have no clue. Yeah, if you fought it and dropped the scales, but it never dies, yeah. You'd have to do something like that, but it just feels like the snake eliminates the idea of it as a boss to me mentally. Not saying there's ways around it, like Axel. You can't technically fight Axel without the fact that he was dropped in his cage and was like has the massive crack in his armor. That boss doesn't work without that like lore behind it, and he sustained that injury from being dropped in the explosion, essentially. If I understand it all right. So like without the little caveat, like you have to make it semi-realistic. Just fighting a lizard seems really hard to make it functionally work with the way they've set the rest of the game up. Centipede because of the weapon and armor sets. Dude, they'd be insane. The centipede, it's horrifying. Because they already have, like, I feel like in many ways, the way they've already done the earwig as well. The earwig has like the roll attacks, so you could do this crazy rolling attack. It could slither all over the place because they have like the snake mechanics already built in. The armor sets would be freaking insane. It already fits the like venom path that has like weapons, the ambush path really well. A centipede like greatsword would be freaking crazy looking. It's just like there's just so many things that would be freaking awesome with it. There's like so many ways you could go past even what I'm saying. But like it just seems like they're big, they're horrifying, they're creepy, they can crawl on ceilings and stuff. It kind of reminds me of like the infected broodmother from the first game. You could have it like crawl all over the ceiling and path into tunnels and pop out and try to kill you. Like, there's just so many opportunities. It seems like, in terms of a boss, it would be freaking insane. It would be so cool. I always thought they should add the other versions of Weebles. The acorn and the giraffe. Yeah, those would be great ones too. I love... Make the bosses epic, make them ridiculous, make them one-offs. Not all spiders, I think, would be really cool, because, like, the mantis in the first game, the spider, we have kind of the broodmother again. Chap, what's up? He's here. But, like, the bosses could be, like, next level, just insane. And then... I'm fine with, like, decent, like, the woolly aphid, little reskins, little additions like that. You made it. Well, have a drink. Enjoy us. We did the Voodoo Ranger stream for you, even though I'm drinking a boneyard. I was hoping you'd show up to at least indulge. Since we talked about it. You did? Okay, let's go. A spiked centipede whip type weapon? Dude, that would be nuts. The velvet, dude, the velvet worms are, I know what those are. Those are horrifying. But again, could be, there's just so many bugs. I think like just keep venturing into the crazy bugs of the world. They're horrifying. Like I didn't even really know, like I'd heard of an antlion, but until you saw it in the first game, like I had to look up an antlion to like really take in what that actually is as a bug, like as a larva. Yeah, they're very strong. I don't know how Peanut drinks so many of those so often. That dude's insane. But yeah, I think the Colossal and the commitment to the Colossal is great. But like stick with the bugs for everything else, and the Colossals can become this like really fun lizard type snake interactions and stuff. It's like I missed a lot. You almost have a full tower? No, this is not a full tower. We almost have the first floor of the full tower. We are so far, so incredibly far from the rest of this. This thing's gonna be up by like Burgle's head and his booty. This thing's gonna go so much higher than this. We're just getting started. The first build was not, we didn't mega build on the lamppost, so now we're getting into it. And since I didn't really find any locations that are great for like big sprawling cities with a lot of individual builds, I thought, you know, I've never really seen a massive tower in Grounded. We've seen some spires, we've seen some cathedrals and stuff, but I haven't seen just an absolutely massive tower. My fear is that we're gonna get away from it and like half of it's gonna load in. That's my main fear currently. I haven't really tested the render distance very much in Grounded 2 yet. I guess you can set the rest of render distance. It's just the lights, right? So I don't think that's actually gonna be an issue. Thing was a nightmare to build. I don't want to redo it, right? Yeah, but I'd never get out of it if you use those hatches. I'd be lost for literally for the rest of my life. Okay, this on this side.
A fine piece of handiwork, Mr. Smalls.
What fell through the ground? Ducky? I'm confused. Did you fall through the world? Is that what you're saying? I'm confused as to what is happening in that picture. Yeah, what's it marking? What'd you drop to the bottom of the world? We could do some, like, pumpkin. Let's try that real fast on this side. And I already have it built on this side. Oh. Is that what you wanted me to see? I saw the other shed marker thing. Yeah, I saw where it was. out there. Yeah. I wasn't worried about where it actually is at the end of the day. They're working on the doorway of your new build. Have an entire village and Eiffel Tower built, right? Creative, man. It's life hacks. Straight life hacks. That could look cool. Let's test it more. Let's see. Get in your hole. Can't see anything. Yeah, straight cheating. I mean, it's not cheating. It's just an exponentially faster way to build. These don't connect very well. Dang it. Did you get up there? What would you allow me to build here? Build this in. Side of this is pretty similar, dude. Almost the same. Have a good stream. Sounds good, Rock Me. Let's catch you on the next one. Kind of fills it in. Not great. Wood. Would this look better, man? Has like just a little bit more detail. I don't know. Then 90% of the time, staring blankly in creative. It does happen. That's kind of why I get bored of it. Ah. Oh, rude. At least in survival you can farm and feel productive. Yeah. That's honestly kind of a big reason why I stick with survival. The farming allows me time to think. It also breaks up the monotony of building. As much as I love building, it does become... It's easy to burn yourself out pretty quick. Fun, running out of materials, it's the break you didn't need, you know? Yeah, exactly. Just enough to, like, break it up. Even in stream, it's like, okay, I've been staring at this thing for 20 minutes. Like, I need to take a minute and go get lint for 6 minutes and just like take a break, step away from it, look at it at a different angle, fly around in nap mode to get a good look at things, and rethink designs when staring blankly. That my issue is when I do, like when I have the handy nat, I'll just fly in circles around my build over and over and over again and get nowhere. I'm just like, ooh, look at this. That's cool looking. I'm just going to stare at this and not get anything done. What's up, Pre-Dad? Welcome in. Stare and can't make up my mind. I've been stuck on several parts of my base and just stare. It is part of the process. Staring blankly is part of the process. I will say, I don't think you can be a really good builder without a little bit of time just staring into nothingness. I think that is just part of the grind. Me last night trying to figure out where to start. Yeah. For me, it really happens in the start of a build. That's like when it's at its worst. The blank slate is where I'm just like, I don't know. Once the ideas start flowing, it changes very quick, but... What's up, Sarcastic? How's it going? Oh, silly. Pumpkin may not be the route here. I might just use cool lights in here, honestly. That might be the way to go. I'm doing good. Hope you're doing good as well. That's where you're at? Yeah. It always happens. It's not bad. I don't know. It's hard to see. Gotta run, Timber. It's been a pleasure as always. Have a good night, chat. Sounds good, Cash. Have a great rest of your evening. It isn't bad. I don't know. I don't hate it. It's like a fun little detail. That's like just dead wasted space anyways. Doesn't really... Other than at night with light in there, it's kind of bland otherwise. Make it go a little lower too. Dude, would you... This dude.
Hey, Will. Woo! My heart is pumping.
I have a lot of ideas for
on the flip
interiors,
side,
but hate
player.
doing exteriors, and I'm the opposite. Can you open up your map and mark outside the map, then look down? Why? Down? There you go. Why does it do that? Doesn't even make sense. How do you manage to get so much materials? Just farm. It's just take breaks when you're building and gather. I always farm. I would say I farm 30 minutes a day at least before streams, probably, to get prepped. I mean, I farm lint on repeat. Struggle to get stems and grass planks a lot, and it's such a pain. I feel like mushroom and other stuff is also pretty tedious. I would say personally, I think I think stem and grass plank are exponentially more tedious to gather. I think at first glance, mushroom is, but it's just the processing part of it. As soon as you get in a habit, like before I go to sleep, I sleep at 1800 every night as much as I can remember. Before I go to sleep, just run the ovens, run an entire set of mushroom through the grinder and through the oven at the same time, and then go to sleep. Wake up, they're all done. It's instant. You don't have to wait for it. Then when you wake up, fill them up again, each one of them. Have a chest close to it with all those materials in it, and just with those 2 times, you'll have chests of mushroom. And then the great part is mushrooms are like, if you go fill up your entire inventory with mushroom, like chopping down mushroom toadstools, specifically you have to chop the red ones. Don't chop the brown ones. They're worthless. It takes way more time and effort to get those ones because they give you less. Go to just this one area over here. Just from, this isn't even all of them, farm this entire location one time and you'll have so many that I've done that like twice. I farmed that area twice and I have over a chest and a half, and I still have more to process. Once you realize the conversion rate of mushrooms, it is like so much more effective. And pumpkin's the same way. The pumpkin is a little tedious at first. Farm just a couple. Make sure, don't go farming around like looking for pumpkins. Search it. It shows you which pumpkins are farmable. So go to these pumpkins once or twice and you'll get enough to fill up half a chest plus. And so I think once you get going and you get that first round of materials done, it's so much less tedious. Because the issue with stems is like you're always moving them, you have to go chop them down every time, you have to bring them back, like you're always carrying, and you have a limit, whereas a full entire one inventory of your buggy and your inventory of mushroom and pumpkin, and you'll like almost never have to do it. Like, stems are the main problem I have with building. I love the look of stem stuff. I like stem stuff as like a highlight. There's no issue with using it. I just think it's way more tedious than the mushrooms. I think it's so time consuming to collect all of it. It can be such a pain. Same with grass. But if that's what you like doing, like, pick a spot and just farm. It's just a lot of farming. That's what I did in the first build. We used a lot of like the pine and stuff, so we had a ton. I have 20-30 pallets at my first base of just
a fine piece of handiwork, Mr. Smalls.
No, it's probably, I probably have like 30 or 40 pallets of just stem at my first base. It's just one of those things, like, it's a grind. I find mushroom to be a lot more palatable. And pumpkin. They just convert better per chop. Yeah, without the handy gnat, they're a pain to build with too. Whereas this is like, build a chest. Build a chest. I have 15 chests over here with every material, and we can build with anything we want. And then I like using stem and grass as little highlights for certain things, but that's just me. Kind of basic pet. What are the best base locations? I don't think there's a specific location that's best, personally. In the long term, like right now, centrally located is great because it's easy to get to the new area and it's easy to get to the old areas. But in the long term, anywhere near a ranger post, once we get more teleportation locations, like, you're going to be close, but you're never going to be close to everything is the difficulty. So I tend to think, pick a spot that you think is visually interesting to you, that you want to build a base, and that's typically how I think about it. Place you can see expanding and having fun with base building. There's not many places outside of, like, I mean, we've seen people build here, and like right now this feels like a weird spot to build. But in one update, this is going to be more exponentially more centrally located than my base is right now. So like, my base feels located in the center at this moment, but it won't feel that way forever. If we get all of this and all of this, like, this is way more central in the long run. So I tend to think anywhere semi near a ranger post is really good. And then from there, you can teleport and travel so fast that there's not one spot that's the best. And it's like, some people like tree houses, so you build near a tree. I don't like tree houses as much, so I'm building in like a larger flat area. It's all kind of personal preference, but the materials are so spread out in the game currently, there's not really a right or wrong way to do it, I don't think. I just tend to think whatever is visually interesting to you, where you think you could build a cool base that feels safe. Don't put it right next to your least favorite bug. Don't put it, like, don't build, I would say don't build right on the edge if you can. Like, if you're obsessed with a spot right on the edge, go for it. But like, this is where everything's going to change and your base is going to get ruined. So if you don't want your base to get ruined, do not build on the barriers. Anything more central is way safer in early access. This space is super safe. This space is super safe. Can't really go wrong with a lot of spots, though. Like, there's a lot of safe locations. It's just kind of what looks visually appealing to you. Pumpkin permanently on your scanner? Yeah. I've gathered a bunch, and I've had no issue with it. But, part of the process. Wish we could move multiple pallets, too, or just have one big pallet that could hold 10 times more, but have some kind of downfall. Like, it makes you slower. Get the pine cone pallets. That's your best bet. It's like 3 full sizes of the pebble sprig pallets. Makes a huge difference. And then make sure you're moving a pallet and having your buggy carry 12 or whatever. As long as that's the best you can do, is move the pine cone pallet filled with stems, and then your ant buggy to move it with you. Yeah, it's like 60, and the old ones are like 20 each or something like that. So, of the area down by the ice cream cart. Yeah, it's a good spot. It definitely works, and for the long run, it's going to be great. It just feels a little disconnected right now. But at the same time, like, you can run right here, get up on this, and get through into this area really easy too. So, it's always kind of like, you never know. Never quite know what's going to be the best. Love that hook route down there. Yeah, the hooked route is a really cool spot. Need a map of the tubes. I can never remember where they all go. I never even use them at this point. What I like about this base is I can just hop through and get through these things. I can hop over here and get through this thing. I can hop over here and get down. I can hop and get down there. If you need to, like, this teleports to there, but I just bypass it really quick. So I'm only running to this right now to get lint. I don't need any of that stuff very, very often right now. Lint is my main farming headache. Building a new central location base every time we get a new area is a cool way. Yeah, that's another way to do it. Is like, this game might be better for multiple like hubs. I think it'll be one of those things, like, it won't hurt you to have multiple bases in this game. I got stuck. Please don't crash. We crashed. Dang it. I felt the lag coming. We were due for a crash. I could tell. It's always during the raids. It's the only time I've been crashing recently. Is always raids. I have yet to crash except in a raid recently. That is the only thing making me crash. Good early morning from Germany. Guess I missed most of it. Yeah, welcome in, Stephanie. Hope you're having a great night. All right, great. Morning. I'm having a night. Yeah, the picnic area, like every area has a lot of everything now too. So it's like, compared to the first game was like, if you're not near the materials, you're screwed. Right now, they're adding all the materials to all the areas. So you can get everything from every location pretty quick. Haven't had a crash in there in a good while. Maybe it's due to the streaming. It could be. I think it's due to the build, the amount of build and like resources we have in the proximity. If I get away from the base far enough and do the raids, I don't get that like horrible FPS drop where everything wants to crash. But it seems to be raids that do it. Luckily, we're right here. Okay. Please, game. What are we doing? Why am I running without moving? There we go. But it's not too bad. Did the raid happen and then end? What? I'm in a crash problem, but I have largely avoided the raids. Let her heckle? Yeah. And who knows? It's hard to say. I have a lot of stuff running on my computer right now, too. It's a pretty beefy computer, but... Not to say my base gets really laggy if I'm just running near it, and I will crash during the raid if I'm close. Yeah, I think it's the proximity to large builds is the main issue. Luckily, everything's saved right there. Except one piece rotated. I just noticed that rotated. Unless I accidentally did that.
Hey, will drop. Woohoo!
I tend to have less issues if I run all the way over here, but I wasn't paying attention. A lot of blueprints usually does it. Yeah, blueprints are extremely laggy. Those are like one of the biggest culprits of major lag. But less blueprints, and we have a lot of just random stuff going on right now. It's part of the issue. Because yeah, I'm already like, the FPS lags are lag is really from over by the base. As soon as you get away from it, it seems to go away. Did that raid cancel or something? Can't tell. Not sure. Yeah, a big part for me is I have 50 different things open right now. And I have 2 cameras running, 2 lights running, my computer, the game, OBS, chat. It's a secondary chat system. I have a little app for my builds and ideas and stuff as well. I have a lot of stuff running, so that doesn't necessarily help. Okay, she is. I swear I just heard her say something. Okay, there we go. Much better. Such a good place to go have raids, though.
This bug ain't feeling it. Don't peace out on me yet.
Shit, no. Keep moving. Just keep moving. Pretty much just kite these things around.
Yeah, almost forgot my buggy.
I had a lot of problems with blueprints, which is weird because the bridge I'm doing, I have like 200 blueprints placed in the air with no lag. It's sort of hit or miss. I think there's a lot to do with like having massive, I've heard at least from other people, and I've noticed my other base has a ton of chests. And I've noticed that I tend to have way more lag over on that base currently. So it could have something to do with a bit of a glitch or some type of issue with having like a ton of really full chests, which I have a lot of full chests here as well. So you never fully know which one it is in early access, but there's a lot of little compounding factors.
Yeah. Now that's fresh.
I think the base I'm building had over 1,000 blueprints. Whew. Yeah, the more blueprints, the worse it tends to get. If you have massive amounts, it gets really bad. The build I had in the first game, I couldn't even build blueprints. It was fine until I started building blueprints, and then it would just get incredibly laggy. That's when I finally had to give up. They're in close proximity. I don't think it matters since they unrender after a small distance. Yeah. But if you have tons of them, it definitely can affect performance. Not 100% for everyone, but it definitely can make a difference. That is not what I wanted. Don't need a bunch of mighty globs. But being early access as well, you never quite know what each person is going to have issues with. I mean, I'm streaming on 1080p and running multiple programs for streaming and playing the game on Epic. So we're definitely putting more of a strain on my PC than would be for most people. Wouldn't say everyone's gonna have the same issues.
Didn't even need instructions.
But like my other base, if we just walk over to my other base, I think I've noticed another thing that can potentially affect performance in the long run is if your base is damaged. I noticed my other base is just beat to crap right now because I just run past it and random things will attack it while I'm running by. And I've noticed the performance feels horrific over there. And I wouldn't say they're all that much different. There's definitely a lot more pieces placed, and we have a lot of like weird grids and stuff over there, but one of the major things I've noticed is that I think repairing pieces can help alleviate a little bit. I'm not going to say that's 100%, but feels like something that could make a difference. No, I can't reach it. Damage walls flash red. Yeah, so it's an extra load on the system. But for people that are running into some issues, if you have a bunch of stuff that's broken, I think that can affect things. Gotta copy that, dang it. It's a lot of extra visual strain. It's the little things, they add up a lot. Especially on a game that's still being... the performance is still being perfected and stuff, so... Just over here. Hey. How did that get in there? No, I didn't turn it on. Dang it. Fail. So close, but so far. Kind of cool to have the previous base acting as an abandoned tower that was overtook by spiders and forced the people to move on. It honestly, it's crazy how much it is that exact thing. Like, as much as I loved the idea of that base, the second that in the previous update, they changed the way the lamppost worked. It just like, it ruined it for me. Oh crap, I forgot I'm not changing the color of these two either. It absolutely, like, just mentally destroyed me losing so much space so quickly on the inside of that base. I was like, this sucks. I wanted an excuse to go build somewhere where I could build bigger anyways, but it is literally an overrun spider monstrosity now, which is so funny. With the wolf spider underneath it, and now every time I leave, he spawns back in and he clips through the walls and stuff, so he's just taking over everything constantly. It's hilarious. The other that makes my game lag is from stem and planks on pallets. I have it so they flash to see them better, and I have in total 2.5k of grass and stems. I also have no grass. I have one pallet at this base. So I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt that makes a big difference, because there are a lot of pallets at that other base. Like an ungodly amount of random pallets. Loving the shroom bricks. Also, it's a handy carry along for building in remote places. Yeah, I really like them. I heavily prefer building with the mushroom bricks over the other options. And now that we have pumpkin, it's just like another big addition to make it even better. I think the pumpkin is a really cool little, just slightly different change. Just enough variety for me. Switch it up just a bit. Oh, jumping off the edge. And for mixers, yeah. They are way better for mixers, too. Good disposable income, it feels like. What's up, Timber? You've been lazy today. Come here. Come here. Come say hi. Come here. This is Timber for everyone who's new here. Say hi. Not looking at the camera. You're too tall. They're just looking at your chest. That's a good boy. That's a good boy. Mortuno, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Yes, a big boy. A big boy. Just dog booty. Pupper times. Love the pumpkin building my base out of it. Now the pumpkin estate. Very nice. Love to hear it. I think I've seen some really cool little pumpkin builds too so far, so I'm really excited to see how everyone starts messing with it. It opens up a lot of like fun little different mixes and matches between the two materials. Yes, hi. I know. We need to move the camera so it sees you better. So when you're standing here, then it won't see you when you're laying down. Yes. Love that emote. Good job. Good boy. That's a good boy. Yeah, good boy. Loves the butt scratches. Got a comment on one of your shorts showing off the item dupe thing that said, could you keep this a secret unless you're making a guide? Do they not know that the devs know about it and it's getting fixed? The funny part is that there's already like 4 other people who've made videos on it. It's like, trust me, with C Dinky in the world and now, what's his name? Dang it. Hypernog. Hypernog's another guy that's like all about the glitches and funny stuff like that. So it's like between one, C Dinky's gonna break everything in the game known to mankind, and the devs are gonna know about it the second because he always makes a video on it, so it's immediately gonna get fixed. And then Hypernog makes content on it now too, so he's finding all the other random stuff. So it's like at this point, like you're doomed. There's no glitch that will not be found by the devs because people are all making videos on it. You're the least of their worries. They have way bigger fish to fry. They do add the brown strip of material. The pumpkin walls have the mushroom. I also hope they add a variant or toggle to turn moss growth on. That would be cool. The moss growth is a really nice little touch. It's one of the things I absolutely love about enshrouded building is they have stuff like that. So you can use the overgrowth tool and add your own, like, essentially the same kind of thing, like add little textures and kind of knobbly bits to things with all the different materials they have. It's like so freaking nice. And it's nice that you can remove it when you don't want it to. It's so freaking nice. It's such a good tool in a building game that they just kind of like tossed in there for fun. I don't even think anyone asked for it or knew that it should be a thing, and then we got it and I was like, this is the best thing I've ever used. I didn't know I needed it, and now I can't live without it. Haven't made it to the pumpkin patch yet, still building Some bridges to get back easier to my main base at the pine tree near the Axel terrarium. Nice. Enshrouded. This game with the building, I would be in heaven. Yeah. Between the two, I love both of them though. If you haven't seen, I have a I entered the winter build competition. If you haven't seen my entry, it's on. I have a video on my channel. The Well of the World is my build. I am like one of the. I'm like I built a lot of cool things that I'm really proud of over the years, but that build is probably the coolest thing I have ever built in any game ever. It is. It turned out better than I ever could have hoped. See it at Chisels? Nice. Love that. I'm so happy he's been doing those streams. It's been so fun watching everyone's freaking builds. They're all insane. There's so many good builds. The Enshrouded community is very similar to the majority of the Grounded community too. It's just such a good community. First base is all the way on the other side of the map, but that's always the ever-evolving base because in the beginning there isn't much, so the more they add, the more the bases change. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of fun, like, playing this early in early access as well as you have the challenge of picking cool base locations, and then you also have the challenge of, like, continuing to add to them and adjust and make changes. My first base was a fun challenge, and it worked. The inside worked pretty well, but I'm glad we like are doing something else now and having fun with the new stuff. Hoping there will be some form of fast travel zip lines. Still really cumbersome to get around. Yeah, I mean, zip lines are still on the... They're still on the, words. The roadmap. So, I have a feeling we'll get them eventually, but... I like that they're pushing us to use the buggies, because my biggest issue with the buggy, or with zip lines, is they immediately remove the need for the vast majority of buggy usage. So they kind of contradict the whole purpose of this entire update. Like, the biggest thing everyone wanted and begged for in the first game was, we need buggies, I want to ride it. And so to like immediately cave and give zip lines would feel like a little bit of a lost opportunity. Especially because it's very possible we get like a flying mount, or I really hope we get a cricket mount that jumps, that you can like really quickly travel across the map. I'm nervous about a flying mount. I think it if you've never used the handy net in the first game, it very quickly removes all the sense of scale to the game, which is what I feel like has been done so well in the second game. You feel this immensity and the scale of this being this little person shrunken down into a small world. Where like the first game, although it did that, I feel like with zip lines, I very, very quickly, as soon as you get zip lines, the sense of scale is just absolutely lost. So it's a really difficult balance, I think. So I'm interested to see how they solve that problem, because I don't know how you do it yet. But a cricket would be something I think would be really cool. One, I think it's like the coolest bug they've added to the game so far. Not that I don't like the other stuff, but I do very much feel like it looks really cool. I like that it's like passive, but is also just like an absolute monster of a bug. The attack patterns are really fun. It's got a lot of really interesting things going for it. And you could do like a charged jump. Like it could jump quickly across the map, but then you could like charge jump it and like launch yourself up, so you'd have that feeling of flying. Because otherwise flying, you have to like rely on stamina, and it's like, would flying really be that fun? if it's all stamina based, like, are you just gonna drop to the ground and die, or do you just like slowly hover to the ground? It causes, as a developer, like, I think it brings up a lot of really difficult questions to answer and how you build it out properly. Not saying that they can't do it, but it does create a lot of difficult things that are kind of counterintuitive to some of the things I think the game's trying to do. Which is like the whole reason we don't have zip lines yet, is because they're like, we gotta figure out what buggies are and how far they can go and how far we can push them before we give you something that eliminates their need. Never asked for buggies. It's fine, it's fun, but I was never anything I cared about. Yeah, I had never thought about it either. I do enjoy it in the scale of this yard. In the scale, I don't think you needed them in the first game. I know everyone wanted them in the first game. I think they would have been worthless in the first game. The map was way too small. In the large size of the park, I think they really do start coming into their element a little bit more. And I do enjoy that, like, the ant helps me build. The spider helps me move around. The ladybug is a fun little kind of gimmicky turret warrior type thing. Like, it adds some fun aspects to it. So I definitely don't dislike what they're doing. I think it's a really fun, like, experiment. But yeah, I was also one of the people that was like, I don't need it. Now that I have it, I'm enjoying it. But it's very easy with, like, zip lines and flying mounts to, like, go too far. So it's hard to know what the right direction is. I think with zip lines, you do have to go and explore before you get them set up. It's a good compromise. Yeah, it's that they come later. They're also just such a freaking... Like, the hard part is the majority of players would never build them. Because... In the first game, you could build one tower and get everywhere. To build a single tower in this game that gets you to every part of the map is gonna be it's a freaking project. Not saying it's impossible, not saying people wouldn't do it by any means, so don't hear what I'm not saying necessarily, but it is such a daunting task to build the amount of zip lines. I built zip lines across the entire map. I had zip lines from my bases, from multiple mega bases going across the entire map in the first game, and I used thousands of web fiber or silk. And it was a task to get it all. Whereas in this one, you would need 6,000 web or silk to get across the map. Like with one of them, and then you're like, well, if I want to go to 4 places, it adds an interesting level of, like, how do you do this in a way that doesn't absolutely drive everyone crazy? It's definitely an interesting challenge. I think the developers are absolutely good enough that it's not necessarily a problem, but it is a challenge that you have to think about in some way, shape, or form. You make them a little cheaper, but then that also lessens the need for it. There's a lot of interesting questions you have to start asking when they come in, if we do get them. I'd be surprised if we don't get them, but it's definitely an interesting design challenge in terms of, like, a developer, how you want to treat certain things. How do you not overstep one mechanic so it negates another one? A lot of interesting things. Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, they fly on a bee though. Yeah, and the flying thing too. The scale issue of zip lines and flying is where I dislike them a little bit, because I love feeling small. But when you're flying over it, it's a really cool feeling, but it really changes the way you perceive the game. It takes it from, like, oh, I'm stuck in this thing, to, like, I rule this world, and you very quickly become this, like, titan of the park feeling, and it removes the I'm just a little thing very quickly. So it's an interesting thing where it changes the way you feel about the game. It took it from, like, I'm horrified of the wolf spider to, like, I dominate everything and I'm not afraid of anything anymore. So you have to think about the ramification side of it a little bit. It's not saying that you can't do it, but it really does change the perspective of how you view the game. Like we have use for buggies now instead of zip lines, and buggies are a big improvement from pets that died every 2 seconds. Yeah, the pets were horrible. I loved the pets. I loved having the pets, but I can't tell you how many graves. I have in my base in Grounded 1, I have a literal like a crypt. I built a crypt under a cathedral that I built for all my dead buggies, and it is full of all of my like legit dead. I killed a couple of them to even it out for it, but I had 20 or 30 of pet buggies that were dead, or pets in the first game that died. So like it was a crypt of like my actual pets in the first game. It was sad. They add zip lines, but only how they did originally in Grounded 1 without the aphid to go upwards on zip lines might keep buggies relevant. Yeah, the upside of them, which it's really nice because like building a zip line to get up something like this really quick and vertical is really convenient. But yeah, it's like it eliminates the need for any other movement across the map in so many ways. Like I'm never gonna get on I'm gonna be at the top of my massive tower and I'm gonna zip line to the picnic table, and then I'm gonna build a tower over there and I'm gonna zip line back. And I'm never gonna touch that buggy unless I'm like in very specific locations. So it's a tough challenge. I had them in every part of the yard with my treehouse as a central hub. Yeah, like everyone did. Found a snap point on the statue, so it would be possible 1 mega tower. Yeah, 1 tower, but then you have to build towers. The struggle is you have to build towers to get back to it, or you have to go up your really freaking slow one at the same time. So it's like, it's an interesting challenge on both sides of it. Points about flying, maybe just settle on the tubes at the stations. Yeah, it's definitely like, in flying is like, if you can't just fly across the whole map with no repercussions, there's stamina. So like, does your buggy fly 30, 40 yards, whatever, like meters? Like, can you fly from here to the top of there and then you gotta rest? That's kind of an annoying mechanic. Is that really fun? Is that what people want? So is it just flying and you don't get flying mounts until the very, very, very end of the game, and then everyone's pissed that they didn't get the flying mounts earlier because that's what they really wanted? So it's like, it's almost like a lose-lose as a developer, it feels like at times, with some of these mechanics that everyone wants. They make for very, very, very difficult answers, like questions to answer as a developer, because it's like one decision changes everything about how the game feels, for the better or for the worse. And someone's gonna complain about it no matter which way you do it. Oh, I hate that the buggies fly now because it ruins the scale of the game. And then it's like, oh, I don't get the flying buggy early enough in the game. And there's so many funny questions that like you don't really think about until you have to think about all the little details before it's like, oh, these are difficult questions to answer as for a player base, because someone's gonna be pissed no matter which way you do it. Want a dragonfly for the pond? Dude, I think a dragonfly would be an incredible bug. And if it flies, you're a literal jet. So then you fly across the whole map because they're so freaking fast. But as a bug in the game, I think they would be freaking incredible. I think dragonflies would be a really, really cool addition. It's like a really annoying to catch bug for like cool parts and cool armor sets and stuff. It could be like a glider system or something. Like maybe it's a glider system that gets added. That's one thing I love about Enshrouded is like the glider system's like just enough that it doesn't horribly ruin the scale, and you have to like work for it still. So maybe it's gliders, but then at that time you're almost completely copying Small Land's whole flying system if you have gliders. So then are the games too similar at that point? It's a really interesting dilemma to kind of figure out how you answer those questions. But at least as a buggy, I think a dragonfly would be freaking awesome. Yeah, a dragonfly could attack you. I mean, the wasps, you'd have to add more wasps for the zip lines so they attack you everywhere, because they were really annoying in the first game. If your zip line wasn't fast enough, they destroyed you. So that's always a challenge. Where's the mustache? I had to shave it for a job interview. Yeah. So for right now, it's gone. I don't have the job. I have no clue if I'm moving forward. I had the interview. It went really well, but they didn't know if they're doing more interview, another round, if they were just going to offer someone the job. And then it's a like county type job, so they're incredibly slow in everything they do. So it took them almost a month to send out the first interview, which was literally just a video recording of myself. And it took them a month to figure that out. So I was like, yeah, this is going to be a slow process. I'm telling you, it's on the ground beside you. No, it just fell off, sorry. It's on he stole it. It actually was just dog hair the whole time. I didn't have one. Mustache haters, it was a really... The job for the county is like a very... They're snippety. So it's all professional, it's all prim and proper. That's just how they think. So I shaved it for simplicity's sake. I had a feeling if I walked in there with a mustache, it was just an automatic no-go. I don't even know if I want the job or not, even if I get offered it. So it's one of those. It's hard to tell how it's gonna all work out. I'm not too worried about it. We get a flying creature's wings, and when you use them to craft a glider and have some sort of way to accelerate, similar to Minecraft, but very limited. Yeah, there's a lot of survival games that currently have that. Small Lands has a glider type mechanic. Enshrouded has a glider mechanic. That's the other side of it, is like how similar do you want to get to Small Lands, which is already a very, very similar concept of a game in its own right, so that's its own challenge. There's a lot of difficult parts to the movement in this game, but the map is so... Or is it just like, do they just double down and is it teleporters? Because like realistically, you could just teleport from here to here. Like my assumption, I think it would be with it, they already have it set up. If I could teleport from there to there, screw ziplines, I don't care. Give me my buggy to run around. And then if I really want to go fast, let me teleport from any of these locations and just pick from a map. It just pops up, and if I'm at the pumpkin patch, I can just teleport all the way to here. And I think that just solves the problem and eliminates the issue in general. But it's not a very engaging mechanic, so I don't know, it's a different issue as always. Best color. So many color options. I don't know. Mustache would have shaken up the system. Counties need more mustaches. They do. I mean, in the job. So yeah, you're asking what's the job? It was a code enforcement officer. So I have a lot of architectural experience, and you'd just be essentially enforcing building code in the county I live in is the job. And, you know, everyone responds nicer to someone with a mustache. And when you have to tell someone the dire news that, hey, you broke the rules and you didn't get a permit and you built some sketchy thing that's going to get someone killed, they would take that news better with a mustache, in my opinion. Does your chest or pallet teleport with you? Don't forget them? Maybe. I don't know. Probably not. That you would have to run yourself. Can't tell if I want really bright white light here or not. Tough decision. Teleporters are better at keeping that I am small feel you were talking about. Yeah, that's kind of what I think. And it's already here. Like, they've already got it. So it's like they're not going to remove teleporters. And like I'd rather teleport than build a zipline tower every day of the week. I would rather never build another zipline tower. If they add them, fine. I'm not opposed to it. I think they're kind of useful as like, hey, you can get up, use a zip line from here to here as like little forms of transportation. But I hated relying on it as the way to get across the entire map quickly. I'd much rather have a fast teleportation system and just move on with my life. than deal with zipline towers again. They were the bane of, and they're ugly. They're so ugly. They're just impossible to make look good in a build. It just felt like something you had to have part of your build, but it wasn't something I wanted to be part of my build. So, like, I'm not upset if they don't come back. I'd rather find something better. I think there's a better solution that's faster and more efficient anyways. It's like a combo of lights. It's a little better. Interesting glow from over there. Enforcement and mustaches go hand in hand. It is true. It is true. Unfortunately, it's not a police officer position. That's the issue, though. If you go to become a police officer, you need a mustache to do the job. They don't want you to have a mustache to apply for the job. It makes no sense. I can't understand it. But like firefighters, same thing. You have to have a mustache to be a firefighter. My brother-in-law and my cousin-in-law are firefighters. My best friend's a firefighter. All their friends, a bunch of my friends are firefighters. You cannot have a mustache to apply an interview as a firefighter. You have to have a mustache to be a firefighter. It's just hand in hand. It doesn't make any sense, though. Like, if you walked into an interview and you had a mustache applying for a firefighter job, they'd be like, he looks like a firefighter, but he can't have the job because he's not professional enough right now. Makes no sense. Discord is one person away from 600. Let's go. If you are not part of our Discord, I do see a lot of new names in here tonight. If you're not part of our Discord, make sure to join the Discord. It's awesome. If you enjoy building, it is a great place to get inspiration and ideas. A lot of really fun, friendly people in there as well. I'm in there answering questions, hanging out all the time. I spend many, many, many hours a day chilling in the Discord, so if you'd like to ask me things, I'm always available there. And I'm amazed that Discord has grown so much. I'm actually blown away. For how few subscribers we have an amazing Discord. Love zip lines. It was like flying. Yeah, but we could fly better. Can Little Timber do a high five? Come here. Come here. I don't think he wants to move. Oh, maybe. Maybe. Can you sit? Sit. You shake? Shake. That's a good boy. That's a good boy. Yeah. You did it. That's a good boy. You can go back to bed now, sleepy guy. This might be the first stream where he's lasted the whole time without laying his head against the door like, let me out of here. I hate it. Why would you trap me in here? My life's horrible. I'm abused. Yeah, that's a good boy. Holy cow. Is it 11 already? That's insane. There's no way it's already 11. Alright, let's get this stuff out of the way. Let's see the progress we've made tonight. Without a bunch of stuff in my face. It's looking pretty interesting so far. Definitely gonna be a pretty ridiculous build. Thinking we might need to move this out one, maybe. At least looking from here. It looks pretty good from here, but cool. Love how you worked with the environment. Yeah, this has been a really fun challenge. This is when I saw this piece, I was like, this will be really fun to design around. And the fact that the game doesn't care. Sometimes when you're building through stuff like this, the game's like, it's not going to happen. You can't do that. But for some reason, it doesn't care at all. And it's like you can build lights on it, but nothing else interacts with it. It's like the perfect piece to build around. So it's going to be really fun to like get this enclosed in this area, and it'll be fun. But I think it's going to turn out really cool. I'm really excited with how it's the little details and intricacies that we're already working with. I am noticing that I think we might need to bring this like out and then down, so the pumpkin shows a little bit more there. This piece feels a little off. Thank you for the follow, Insane Gabber. Welcome, welcome. And also, we kind of have this like stepped pattern that is a little broken here, so we might need to bring that down a little, just to replicate it a bit more. I think that might look nicer. It's looking a little like church gable looky right now. But other than that, it's coming together. We're going to be doing, if you guys weren't here earlier in the stream, we're going to be doing a ton of off-grid building. If you don't know what that is, if you can't tell, there's some fun little details here that you normally would not be able to do. And I will be making a video on the secret tech at some point. I got to figure out how I want to lay the whole video out and stuff. But I will be teaching everyone this technique as well. But it allows for some really fun little details where, like, normally this is the gap you can work with, but it allows you to build some smaller gaps and build on some fun angles and stuff. So overall, it's going to be really cool. But yeah, at the end of this tower is going to be really freaking tall, like Burgle's head tall. And then we're going to build a city that surrounds the whole thing, like housing district. We're going to do a farming area through the little gap in there. So we'll have like a little farming pumpkin village in there. We'll do like a marketplace, like an underground marketplace down in this area. Probably have more housing on the upper area of it, more housing over here. Maybe a secret sewage entrance to the area. There's like a Tang entrance down there. And then whatever we come up with there, you can build on these rocks and over into these areas on both sides as well. I already have like a little platform there, so you can build into those areas. And who knows, maybe stuff comes up here and there's more housing up here eventually. Who knows? We have a lot of opportunity, but this is my main focus, is building this as just massive, crazy city, chaos, everything. Whatever we can come up with, we're going to build here. So if you haven't checked out my video, I spent 3,000 hours building this base in Grounded, and something called something like that. It shows off my sandbox city build that has 2,000 hours or something in it by the end of it all. And it fills up the entire sandbox and goes outside of it too, covers up the outside a little bit as well. Didn't finish the entire thing, but yeah, there's multiple castles, cathedrals, housing districts, a bathhouse, a garden area. Like, it has so much craziness in it. So if you want to see kind of the level of insanity that I'm planning for this build, make sure you check out that video. Really happy. There's some really cool stuff in that build that we came up with, and I think it's only going to get crazier with this one. And now that we have mushroom and everything as well. Multi-grids you laid out already feel like they are going to add a ton of depth and detail. Yeah, it's gonna be really ridiculous. Like, I'm gonna add a ton of detail. This level of detail is gonna be like on the entire outside all the way up. There's gonna be a lot going on. This is just getting started, and probably will change stuff and make it even better too. It's looking awesome. The way you're making this reminds me of the building the Taj Mahal. Yeah, very similar concepts. But now it'll just be massive skyscraper tower type thing. Because I haven't really seen anyone build a skyscraper in this game. So it's an interesting challenge. It'll be really fun. But it is past 11, so I'm going to call it here. I appreciate everyone hanging out. Hope everyone has a great weekend. I will be back on Tuesday. Tour Tuesday. So we'll be doing base reviews of community bases on Tuesday, 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We currently have 4 or 5 builds on there. If you want your base reviewed, reach out to me on the Discord. Thank you, Ducky. We always need more people for base reviews and stuff. So if you want to show them off, we just do a tour, do a little grading. We help people if your build needs some work and you're stuck. I'm here to help. We use my architectural background to help everyone kind of design bigger, better bases, more interesting bases. Or if you just want to show off something absolutely insane, it's a great opportunity to just show off something absolutely insane you're really proud of. So anything works. Big bases, little bases, anything, everything. It's a great opportunity for it. And you get to show off your hard work on the channel as well. So that's how I got started in content creation. Someone did a base tour of my pagoda base in the first one, and that's what got me into content creation. So if you're interested in content creation yourself, it's a great opportunity as well to show off your cool ideas, or just have fun with the community as well. But other than that, I appreciate everyone hanging out with me for the night. Hope you all have a great rest of your evening and a great weekend. And once again, I will catch you all on Tuesday. Peace.